two, one, two. Councillors, settle down. We are almost at 10 o'clock. Take your seats, please. Councillors, take your seats. Thank you, councillors. It's 10 o'clock. We will proceed with the meeting. Councillors, Councillor Jacobson, that includes you. Take your seat. Councillor Raymond, thank you. Councillors, it's 10 o'clock. We would like to start the meeting. I'd like to welcome all councillors, officials, as well as the media and guests in the gallery and those members of the public connected via the live stream YouTube link. A special welcome to the Premier, Premier Alawundi, in attendance today. I now call, councillors, I now call for a moment's silence. Councillors, we will have a moment's silence, please. Thank you. Before we proceed with the meeting, councillors, I want to refer you to the rules of order, specifically Rule 27, which relates to speech which is not relevant to the matter under discussion. Also, tedious repetition,
Speaker.
Rule 28, and then unbecoming and abusive language, Rule 28 as well, including
Speaker.
Rule 30.14. Before we proceed with the meeting, I also want to draw your attention to the new microphone consoles in front of you.
Speaker.
I am busy, and together there's a picture also of the console and the corresponding labels. The system is very familiar to you. It's very similar to the previous one. There are a few differences. When you register, which you're going to do now, please register by tapping the card you were given on the right-hand side of the console, and that will register your presence in the meeting. When speaking, always pull the microphone closer to you, and the voting buttons are activated by a touch screen, and the colors are explained in the diagram in front of you. If you leave the chamber at any point, please then just tap out and hand the card as previously to the officials at the door. There are staff present who will deal with anyone with an issue if you just put your hand up. All right. So we're going to then ask you to please all register. So you tap your card at the right-hand side. And once we can confirm there's a quorum, we will proceed. Councillor?
Greeting, Speaker, and greeting to the House. Can we have the sound team please improve the sound quality?
Are you not hearing me correctly?
It's very, very bad.
I can speak louder.
It's very, very bad. Can we get the sound proper?
We will have a look at that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Cupido?
It talks to service delivery.
Speaker, all the councillors must just remove the mic, the little earpiece, and then it will work in front of them.
Councillor, if you remove the earpiece on the left-hand side, the speaker then becomes louder. Okay. Can we do that? Those particularly that are hard of hearing? Or you might actually prefer the earpiece. All right. We're going to move on. We're going to move on, and I now call on the Mayor to address the Council.
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, my colleagues in Team Cape Town, honoured guests, especially Premier Alan Winde, who we are so honoured to have here today. Members of the public, goeiemorgen, molweni, assalamu alaikum, shalom, good morning. We also want to welcome some new councillors. Councillor Frank Raymond is not necessarily entirely new. He is familiar to us, but new in this term of office, and we welcome Councillor Raymond back. We also welcome a new councillor for the NCC, Councillor Felicia Solomons. Welcome here, ma'am. Then, colleagues, we recently took leave of one of our colleagues who achieved something quite extraordinary, 41 years of service in this council. Alderman Brian Watkins has decided to retire, and so he is in the chamber this morning. I've asked him to attend as a special guest. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alderman Watkins, for extraordinary service to the city, and in particular, your first love and passion, the community of Pinelands, over so many years. We will miss you here in this council, Alderman, and thank you so much for everything. And thank you, colleagues, for that very kind farewell to Alderman Watkins. We must also, since we last met, we must congratulate Councillor Yusuf Mohammed. I don't see him around. Oh, he's not well. He probably hasn't slept. That's the because he's got a brand new little baby called Maria, and we welcome him. A beautiful little daughter. We also wish all of our Christian community in Cape Town a very blessed Easter this coming weekend. And for those who are fasting during Ramadan, who've now passed the halfway mark last night, a very blessed Ramadan for the remainder of the fast. Also, for those who are traveling outside of Cape Town this weekend, we know that Easter, the long weekend, is a very popular travel weekend. Please be safe, be careful on the roads, and make sure that you have a wonderful, blessed Easter weekend and come back safe and sound. And in that regard, I want to let you know that the Western Cape government is offering free vehicle roadworthiness checks for this week and over the weekend, so that before you head out of town on the long road, that you can make sure that your vehicle is safe for long distance travel. And thank you very much to the Western Cape government for offering that service. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet this morning at almost the halfway mark of this term of office. We'll reach that milestone in just about a month from now. When we set out on this journey nearly 2.5 years ago, we affirmed that this government would serve Cape Town with a clear sense of higher purpose. And that purpose we summed up in one sentence: to restore hope in South Africa by turning Cape Town into living proof that we do not have to accept that the story of decline and failure in our country that has defined our country over the last decade must be our future too. No, it will not be. With deep love for our country, with boldness of vision and firmness of belief, we know that Cape Town can show that it's possible to roll back poverty, that we can overcome the long shadows of South Africa's past, and that our country can still realize the society dreamed of in our Constitution. Nearly at the halfway point of this term, we can say with certainty that while South Africans and residents of other cities have felt only growing despair, Cape Townians can see and feel that this city is headed in the right direction. All of the projects and investments which we have spoken about these last 2 years and budgeted for these last 2 years, and the new ones that we'll speak about this morning, are making a positive impact in the lived experience of all people in this city. Our economy is robust, growing fast and creating jobs. Factories are hiring more people. Call centers are hiring. Entrepreneurs are taking the plunge and starting businesses here. People are flocking here from around the country, knowing that in the words of President Ramaphosa, at least there is one province and one city that works. In other words, we are making headway on our mission of building a city of hope for all who live here. And indeed, it seems that it is not only here that hope is making a comeback. Across the country, you can feel the thrill and excitement of hope rising. Hope for a better future, optimism that change for our country is coming. This is incredibly exciting for every South African. As passionate and patriotic South Africans, we want our country to succeed, and we know that it can. We cheer on those fighting now for change, and we here will work harder than ever to play whatever small but positive role we can play here to bring that change about. We understand the crucial role of cities in providing the many touch points in people's lives that can make them hopeful for the future. For many people in Cape Town and throughout South Africa, hope comes from living in more dignified conditions. Dignified housing, dignified sanitation services, dignified neighborhoods, streets and public spaces. For many, hope is inextricably linked to safety. Once you no longer live in fear of criminals, you are able to view the future in a hopeful light. Hope also comes from laying out a path to a future filled with opportunity, which is why access to quality education is such a great determinant of hope. And if you want to see what hope looks like in bricks and mortar, I urge you to follow the progress of the so-called Rapid School Build program, which is driven with relentless energy and determination by my colleague in the Western Cape Provincial Government, Minister David Maynier, and by Premier Alan Winde. The thousands of children who get to sit in brand new classrooms and use brand new facilities at these state-of-the-art schools in areas that desperately need more classroom space suddenly have reason to believe in the value of their education. That is hope. But without a doubt, the biggest determinant of hope for the majority of South Africans is the prospect of finding work, of being able to provide for your family. The dignity of employment has a bigger impact on how people view the future than any other thing. And conversely, when you are stuck on the outside of the economy, without a job, and with very little realistic chance of finding one, as is unfortunately the case for 4 out of 10 of all working-age South Africans, then that is the biggest destroyer of hope. Our beautiful, talented, miracle country will never reach its full potential while we have one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, and the highest youth unemployment rate in the world. That is why creating jobs is the highest priority of this city government here in Cape Town. Or more accurately speaking, creating the ideal conditions under which jobs can be created. Because it is not the state that makes jobs, but private businesses growing in an environment of confidence in the future. What a government can and must do is to prepare the way, to prepare the preconditions for growth and investment, simplify administrative processes, improve and streamline government services, do away with pointless red tape, enter into partnerships with the private sector, and most importantly for us here, build the infrastructure that makes a city investable and a good bet for the future. That is our mission here in Cape Town, to make this city the epicenter of commerce, of manufacturing, of tech, of tourism, of agri-processing, of the green economy, of the ocean economy, of film, events and call centers, of hospitality, and of every kind of other investment that requires hiring more people. Our mission is to make Cape Town work by investing on an unprecedented scale in our city's infrastructure. Because when Cape Town works, Cape Townians work. The budget we're tabling today sets out clearly how we intend to do this. Today we table the third budget of this administration. This is a budget that surpasses all of our previous infrastructure spending records and will set us on a path towards the kind of job-creating economic growth that will truly make Cape Town the city of hope. That's why we've called this 2024-25 budget the Building for Jobs budget. It is our construction blueprint for the Cape Town of the future, where a robust and growing economy is able to lift thousands out of poverty and into work. Overall, this is a 76.4 billion rand budget we discussed today. But more importantly, this is an all-time record for the city of Cape Town, 12.1 capital investment budget. That is an amount that is up by a whopping 75% from the CapEx budget of our first budget 2 years ago. No other city in the country comes close to this scale of infrastructure investment. Over the 3 years of this medium-term revenue and expenditure framework, we will spend just under 40 billion, 39.7 to be precise, on capital investment as part of our 120 billion rand infrastructure portfolio over the 10-year period. In fact, the recent capital expenditure project listing published by Nedbank found that just our one city, Cape Town, accounted for a staggering 60% of the 100 billion rand in government infrastructure announced across the South African state last year. We are building infrastructure at a rate not seen before, and this is what will deliver better and more dignified services to residents, especially on the Cape Flats and in townships. And this is what will set up our city as a place of dignity, opportunity, growth, and jobs. Just last week, the national government seemed to take a leaf from our own book here in Cape Town. And by our book, I mean our annual infrastructure report. When the President, speaking here in Cape Town, released his infrastructure construction book, setting out the 153 infrastructure projects that the national government and state-owned entities will start to procure in the coming year. I read through the report in detail, and one table caught my eye. It was a summary of the growth in construction sector jobs by province over the 10-year period 2013 to 2023. And you will be very pleased to hear this, Mr. Premier, that the largest growth, a 43% upwards jump in construction sector jobs, was right here in the Western Cape. There are now 226,000 people working in construction in the Western Cape, and most of them naturally in Cape Town. Already, Cape Town has an unemployment rate that is a full 15 percentage points lower than the national average. And since the start of this term in office in November 2021, Cape Town has added 363,000 new jobs in our city, a number I will never get tired of repeating. Our investment in infrastructure over the next 3 years will further create around 130,000 new jobs in Cape Town, purely based on construction alone. Colleagues, Cape Town is Jobs Town. And our record infrastructure investment will ensure that that continues for years to come. So, the big CapEx number is important, of course, but equally important is where we will be spending it. Considering the parts of Cape Town where the bulk of urbanization will take place, and also the areas of our city where historically there has not been sufficient investment to meet the demands of rapidly growing communities. We have been on a mission since the start of this term to catch those areas up. 75% infrastructure spend in this budget today will be focused squarely in areas and on projects that directly benefit lower income households and communities. We are acutely aware that our determination to build a city of hope will only be true if that hope is experienced by all Cape Townians. That awareness is reflected right across this budget as we target Cape Town's fastest growing and poorest areas with infrastructure projects that will over time unstitch the legacy of our country's past. So we are racing to upgrade bulk sewer lines and wastewater treatment works, to quadruple the amount of sewer pipes we replace, to expand our world-class MyCity bus service to new routes, to put more Cape Townian families into affordable housing, and to deploy even more law enforcement officers to high-crime areas. Just last week, we celebrated the final handover of the upgraded Zandvliet wastewater treatment works, one of our mega infrastructure projects that will help deliver dignified sanitation services to the people of Umfuleni, Khayelitsha, Delft, Blue Downs, and more. In the week before that, we saw great progress as we visited together the new MyCity bus depot on Spine Road, which forms part of the massive Metro Southeast expansion of the service that will expand public transport services for residents from Khayelitsha, Mitchells Plain, Philippi, Heideveld, Hanover Park, and more. Let's not forget the 715 million rand Cape Flats bulk sewer upgrade, the largest sewer upgrade project in South Africa taking place right now. A project we are very proud of, and we are on track to complete the full pipeline upgrade in 2025. But this pro-poor budget isn't only felt in big infrastructure projects. It's also felt in the comprehensive package that offers our most vulnerable and indigent residents care and dignity through financial relief. This year, the full total of our social package stands at 4.8 billion rand, and that is an increase of over 1 billion rand since the first full budget of this administration. So if yours is one of the 192,500 properties in Cape Town valued at under 450,000 rand, or if your household income is below 7,500 rand, your monthly benefits will include 100% rebate for property rates and refuse removal, 15 kilolitres of free water, 10.5 kilolitres of free sanitation, and up to 60 free units of electricity. And I'm very proud that the city has been able to sustain that social package, even though our equitable share has been cut by 110 million rand this year alone. More pensioners and social grant recipients will benefit from rates rebates on top of this, because we raised the upper qualifying limit since 2023 from 17,500 up to 22,000 rand total household monthly income. For 2024, we further managed to limit the increase to an inflation-related 5.7%, refuse removal also to 5.7%, and water and sanitation to 6.8%. While we're working hard to lessen our city's dependence on Eskom, and I'll speak more on this in a moment, we are still unfortunately subject to their steep increases for the time being. But we have managed to reduce their increase from 12.72% to 11.78%. Most importantly, colleagues, today we include a significant price reduction. Today we include a significant price reduction for larger families or businesses who use more than 600 units on the Lifeline tariff. I'm pleased to announce that our Lifeline customers using over 600 units will now pay 44% less. That's R1.89 less. That's R1.89 less per unit. This is specifically designed to help larger households or backyard dwellers, or those families who need to use more electricity during the winter. You will remember that last year we also raised the number of units that could be bought by Lifeline customers on the cheaper tariff from 350 to 600 units a month. Thanks to these changes, Lifeline customers using 600 units will pay 113 Rand 94 cents less compared to this time 2 years ago. That is extra money in the pockets of the people who need it the most. And now, as I've said, Lifeline customers can continue to buy cheaper units above 600 units as well, as long as they continue to qualify for the Lifeline tariff. Cape Town has set South Africa's most inclusive criteria for the Lifeline tariff. We have cast a net as wide as possible to include as many people as possible in the Lifeline tariff. So if your property is valued below 500,000 Rand, you qualify for Lifeline. If you have a property worth more than 500,000, but a monthly income of below 7,500, you qualify for Lifeline. And if you are a social grant recipient or a pensioner with a monthly income below 22,000, you qualify for Lifeline, regardless of your property value or what your sources of income are. So please, I urge you to take us up on the offer, because it really does make a big difference to a tight household budget. For 600 units, this can mean as much as 400 to 800 Rand less per month for Cape Town households compared to other cities. This is based on a 500,000 Rand property value or 7,500 Rand monthly income, or for pensioners earning a maximum of 22,000 Rand. One of the best parts of my job is meeting so many wonderful people, and I love hearing from residents directly. I was delighted to receive an email sent to me from Mrs. Charonisa Diedrichs, a pensioner from Strandfontein, in which Mrs. Diedrichs, the passionate councillor for Strandfontein, but I got this email from Mrs. Diedrichs, a pensioner from Strandfontein, and she said she wanted to write to me to say thank you to one of my office team members for assisting her in applying for the city's discount for pensioners. She wrote to say that her application was processed and approved in just 3 days, and that she then received a full discount on her municipal services. She says in her mail that this has put an extra 800 Rand in her pocket every month, and this will go a long way. This will go a long way, she says, towards putting food in the fridge and electricity in the meter, and that she finally has some financial breathing space for the first time since her husband passed away in 2022. That is the help that we are giving to tens of thousands of our residents, just like Mrs. Diedrichs. I love hearing stories like this, and in fact I love them so much that I asked Mrs. Diedrich if she would join us here in the council chamber this morning. She has decided to bring along her neighbor, who's Mrs. Margie Govias, who also tells me that she received the same speedy service and the same pensioner discounts as Charonisa Diedrichs. So now, Mrs. Diedrichs and Mrs. Govias, where are you sitting? There they are. Thank you so much for coming. But Mrs. Diedrichs and Mrs. Govias, we've got some more good news for you today. Because if you were listening just a few minutes ago, you will hear that you are also part of the Lifeline tariff. And if you use more than 350 electricity units in a month, we have now brought that price down for you significantly, so that on top of the 800 Rand you're saving now, you are saving an extra 113 Rand a month. So we love and appreciate pensioners and residents like you, Mrs. Diedrichs and Mrs. Govias, and we will always do more to help residents like yourselves. Thank you also, ma'am, for the kind words for the member of my office team who assisted you with your application. I can confirm your words that Mr. Sampson is professional and helpful, and I know that we are all just as pleased as you are that it has worked out well and that you are a happy customer. Madam Speaker, our quest to end load shedding over time remains a top priority of this administration, and we are still on track to meet our target of protecting customers against the first 4 stages of load shedding by 2026. Recently, we reached a number of big energy milestones, which fills me with confidence for the rest of this mission. One of these milestones was the first window for applications by residential customers who want to sign up to get paid in cash for their excess rooftop solar power. Until now, as you know, that was only available to commercial customers, while residential households could get their municipal accounts credited. But we've just taken the first batch of applications for cash payouts, and we will soon open the second window. In this budget, we set 400 rand this year towards our 4 stages of load shedding protection plan, which includes 82 million rand for Power Heroes, 377 million rand for the Steenbras hydropower plant, 31 million rand in capital upgrades to that plant, as we continue to optimize its load shedding protection potential. Over the 3-year MTREF, we will spend an estimated 722 million rand on independent power purchase, including dispatchable energy to be deployed especially at peak times as part of that 4-stage protection plan. We're also investing heavily to make our service delivery load shedding proof with a budget of 680 million rand over 3 years. This includes making more of our municipal buildings energy efficient, installing small-scale embedded generation at city facilities, developing our ground-mounted solar PV plant in Atlantis, as well as various investments in generators, inverters, battery storage, and more UPS for hundreds of extra traffic signals. We will further be spending 4 billion rand over the MTREF on upgrading and maintaining our city's electrical grid, a critical part of our plans to become main energy secure. Colleagues, I now turn to the issue that I know is top of mind for every family in our country: safety. The level of violent crime that South Africans are subjected to is not something that belongs in a modern democracy. The increasing infiltration of organized crime into more and more of ordinary life is of profound concern. And while policing is still a function of the national government, this does not mean that we will stand by and watch as criminals run rampant. This year we allocate 5.5 billion rand to safety and security in this budget, and we intend to make every rand of that money work hard to make Cape Town safer. Over the next 3 years, we are investing 610 million in safety technology, with an additional 200 million already invested in this current year. This includes 29.7 million on CCTV cameras, 83.5 million on South Africa's biggest dash and body cam rollout, 94.5 million rand on aerial surveillance, 10 million rand on gunshot detection, 15 million rand on drones, and 355 million rand on our overall EPIC digital coordination system for smart policing. Alongside these investments in safety technology, we continue to train new Metro Police officers to act as force multipliers for our operations and to assist SAPS in the fight against crime. In this year's budget, we have set aside an additional 34 million rand to train 1,000 new Metro Police candidates who will be critical force multipliers for our policing operations in the coming years. We've also set aside 138 million rand to procure new vehicles over the 3 years. Every day, our Metro Police and law enforcement officers, along with the LEAP officers from our partnership program with the Western Cape Provincial Government, make arrests and confiscate illegal firearms and drugs from gangsters and criminals. And our traffic officers are enforcing the rules of the road, taking a zero-tolerance approach to drinking and driving and recklessness, and impounding vehicles of all sorts, including taxis, if they show no regard for the safety of other people, and that will continue. In fact, thanks to our safety investments, city policing operations confiscated 447 illegal firearms in the last 2 years, including many of those, sadly, police guns which had fallen into the hands of criminals. Illegal gun arrests were up 35% in 2023, with law enforcement also doubling drug arrests from around 4,000 to over 8,000 drug arrests over the same period. That is an extraordinary performance. But sadly, colleagues, far too often, those same criminals end up right back on the street as cases collapsed due to under-resourced policing. The solution to this is to give our local law enforcement officers greater powers of investigation so that they can do the police work necessary to build solid, winnable cases and help put criminals away. This can be done with the stroke of a pen by the National Minister of Justice. And we will not stop advocating for this devolution of policing powers, because we know that it is with those powers that we can really crack down on crime in Cape Town. But until then, we will carry on doing everything in our power through increased visible policing and through the most sophisticated rollout of safety technology in South Africa to keep Cape Townians safer and to keep criminals off of our streets. Colleagues, I spoke briefly earlier about our mega MyCity expansion project to link residents of Khayelitsha, Mitchells Plain, Hanover Park, Philippi, Googs, and more with safe, affordable, and reliable public transport. The expansion of this MyCity bus service is the largest infrastructure project in the whole of the Western Cape, and it's going to be a game changer for the people living in those areas and along that route. It is also the biggest line in the budget and accounts for 6.28 billion rand of the 3-year medium-term budget. Also, over the 3-year period, we will be spending 668 million rand on new MyCity buses, a further 221 million rand on MyCity bus stops and stations, and 176 million rand in upgrades to the 65 public transport interchanges across the city. Colleagues, whether it's the widest access to services in the country, whether it's the size of the basket of free services we offer to poor residents, whether it's our response time in dealing with service delivery issues or emergency calls, we have rightfully over many years built a reputation as a city government that works and gets things done. There is undoubtedly clear blue water between the level of service delivery in Cape Town and every other major city in South Africa. It is a constant effort to keep up with the basics and maintain those high standards, and there are always new pressures that we face. One of those most destructive pressures that we currently face is cable theft. This year, and listen to this, board councillors who struggle with this year we budget a massive 764 million rand for repairs to streetlights. Ideally, that is money that could be much better deployed elsewhere in our city if we could get a handle on the extraordinary pandemic of cable theft. I recently heard a story from Councillor Siebritz. Is she here? I recently heard a story from Councillor Siebritz who told me how she personally, along with her neighborhood watch in her ward and city law enforcement officers, were involved in an operation that caught a man, a cable thief, with 10 kilograms of cable. He was taken to the police station, and the next morning he was released on 200 rand bail. No doubt, back on the street, stealing more streetlight cable. We have to get SAPS and crime intelligence to take that issue more seriously, and our courts have to regard infrastructure damage and infrastructure theft as a serious economic crime and not as an issue of minor petty theft. To keep doing the basics better, in this year's budget there is 826 million rand set aside for road maintenance and pothole repairs. And over 3 years, we will further spend 735 million rand on road upgrades and 444 million on congestion relief. We are also investing to restore community facilities that have long been neglected, including over these 3 years, 138 million rand for sports facilities, 41 million rand for swimming pools, with the aim of having all of our swimming pools open again for the first time in many, many years. 76 million rand for community and recreational facilities, 149 million rand for parks and public spaces, 120 million rand in library upgrades, equipment and books, and 223 million rand over the 3 years to expand and operate our city safe space shelters to help homeless Cape Townians off of the street by offering them and caring alternative accommodation and a full suite of care interventions. Colleagues, we also know that there are still many in our city who live in extremely difficult circumstances. I think in particular of people like the single moms who live in shacks, the families in backyards, those who must walk to fetch water or to use the toilet, the fathers who can't let their children play outside for fear of criminals, and the many, many who are still searching for work. We keep our minds constantly focused on those people. We do not for a second feel comfortable in the relative success that we have been able to achieve. And it is for them that we roll up our sleeves and we get back to work, because it's our higher purpose to make their lives better. And in this budget, we are making substantial investments to improve their lives and to improve basic services for everyone. We budget 1 billion rand this year alone for services in informal settlements. We will spend 419 million rand this year in upgrades to city rental units and 37.8 million rand over the 3-year cycle to turn tenants of council rental units into homeowners in their own right through our no-cost program. We budget 3.7 billion rand for informal settlement upgrades over the 3-year period, including 126 million for new water and sanitation installations, 36 million rand for electrification, 1 billion rand in upgrades to bulk underground services, in situ upgrades, serviced sites, roads, super blocking, and emergency interventions, and 2.5 billion rand for fully subsidized free housing. Madam Speaker, on the subject of basic services for the poor, I was very pleased to read deep of the Auditor General's audit report for the City of Cape Town, where the AG makes the following observation at paragraph 163, and I quote, "It is important to note that the city has overachieved on the informal settlement indicators," end quote. And then the AG goes on to set out in real terms how we've exceeded every target for new taps, new toilets, and new electricity connections. Furthermore, just yesterday, Statistics South Africa released the non-financial census data for municipalities, the long-awaited. And for the first time, this data gives metro-level breakdowns, where previously it only used to give provincial-level breakdowns. I was thrilled to read that the City of Cape Town has the highest proportion of residents that benefit from free basic electricity, more than 10 percentage points ahead of every other metro in South Africa. And listen to this. The highest proportion of residents who receive free water and sanitation services, more than 25 percentage points ahead of the next best metro. That is not our data, that is the census data from Stats SA. And that is why the latest Economic Performance Indicators for Cape Town, or EPIC report as it's known, shows Cape Town's Gini coefficient, which, as you know, is the official measure of inequality, has dropped now to 0.59, 2 basis points lower than South Africa as a whole. And as Minister Wenger in the provincial government made clear just a few days ago in her own budget speech, the Western Cape is now the least unequal province in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have a long way to go.
Councillors, 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 councillors.
You are lying to the people, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Speaker, we still have a long way to go, but we are headed in the right direction. And this is another sign of progress in our higher purpose of lifting people out of poverty. But when you listen to debate in this chamber, you will often hear exactly the opposite. But let us never forget that good government does not just lead to more jobs. It also delivers the finances needed to do much more for the poor. Where there is good government, there is better dignity and better services for all. And that is confirmed again, not by us, but by the AG of South Africa, by Stats South Africa, and by the EPIC report. Madam Speaker, I've said often before that there is only one source of public money, and that is the public. This government is a partnership, and it is the public who truly enable everything we have spoken about today. They enable us to deliver all of these services and make our city better for everyone who lives in it, especially for the poor. I want to take a special moment to thank all of our law-abiding residents who pay their rates and services. They deserve a thank you. We are proud to deliver value for money and cost-competitive tariffs. I know this is a common point of attack of the budget, and so I want to demonstrate up front that Cape Town is also delivering on value for money for the public. Ahead of this budget, I asked residents in Joburg, Durban, and Theewaterskloof next door to some of their real municipal bills so that we can do a real comparison. Just look at the difference in fixed charges, colleagues. In Johannesburg, fixed charges for electricity are 1,019 Rand a month before you have bought a single unit of electricity. Let me repeat that. 1,019 Rand a month before you've beat a single unit of electricity.
Yes.
Cape Town, I'm getting to Cape Town now, ma'am. In Cape Town, our fixed charge is 219 Rand a month. 800 Rand a month. 800 Rand a month. 800 Rand a month cheaper before you've bought a single unit of electricity, and even those services are better here than there. Let's look to Theewaterskloof, where fixed charges are still a bit higher at 246 Rand plus a capacity charge of 13 Rand 50. But most importantly, for poorer consumers, the Lifeline tariff, remember our Lifeline tariff is now 1 Rand 84, their Lifeline tariff, 3 Rand 29. 3 Rand 29. If we look at the tariff increases in Durban in the budget that they tabled last week, you will see the clear blue water in value for money that I was talking about. So, colleagues, here in Cape Town, you can feel assured, and the public can feel assured, and the rate public can feel assured that public is to the benefit of the public, and that despite all our successes, we are still able to deliver these things at a cost that is lower than elsewhere in South Africa. Now, speaking of partnerships, everything that we do here, all that we achieve, we do together. And I'm not just talking about this government team here, but also together with our colleagues in the Western Cape government, led by Premier Alan Winde. We would never be able to do what we do without a supporting and enabling provincial government that shares our founding, our ideal, and shares our optimism for the future. It is him. It is him that got this city and this province through COVID, and he has built an innovative, leading, caring provincial government. All of our leap successes here in Cape Town, in getting guns and criminals and drugs out of communities, those are as much the successes of this provincial government as they are our successes. All of the jobs created in this province, and hear this staggering number, nearly 80% of all net new jobs created in South Africa over the last 5 years, not over the last 5 months, over the last 5 years, were made in this province. That is what happens. That is what happens when you have a provincial government and a big metro working shoulder to shoulder to grow the economy. And all of that work, all of the work the provincial government is doing to enable municipalities in this province to end load shedding are to his great credit and are thanks to his leadership.
Speaker, clarity, Speaker.
So, Mr. Premier, Mr. Premier, we will do our part and we will work hard. We will keep up the massive infrastructure investment, 75% of which directly benefits lower income households or communities. We will drive job-creating economic growth to lift people out of poverty and into jobs. On these things, Mr. Premier, you have our word. But we want to set up an appointment with you right now for the 1st of June so that we can carry on our good work together. And that is why we are so proud to table the Building for Jobs budget 2024 and open it for public comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. In terms of Rule 11.2, we now open for questions, and the following parties have an opportunity to ask a question. The DA, Councillor Bernardi. Councillors.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honourable Mayor, thanks for that very inspiring speech. And with all the infrastructure investment, we'd like to ask, the infrastructure on water is failing pretty much everywhere in South Africa. What is the importance for Cape Townians for the desalination plants, and how does it contribute to the city's water sustainability and security moving into the future? Thank you.
Do you want to take them all or one at a time? One at a time? Take them all, okay. Good, Councillor Cupido. Councillor, before you start, Councillor Gadeni, I'm naming you for the first time. Thank you. All right, continue.
Mr. Mayor, with your speech, you've informed that all the projects are on par. You've boasted of Cape Town being the jobs town, yet our residents must travel distance to those opportunities. Mr. Mayor, within the city plans, this council approved a delivery target of about 1,200 houses to be built in this financial year. Mayor, can you take this council and the residents of Cape Town into your confidence and tell us what the current status of the set target is, built by the city, excluding those built by the Western Cape government? Thank you.
Thank you. From the PAC, Councillor Damani.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I hear you mentioned some budgeting for maintenance and service delivery. I don't know whether we have visited the Langa flats and see the conditions of those bathrooms and toilets.
Councillors, please. Councillors, respect the speaker, please. Councillor Jansen, sit down. Councillor Nakelo, sit down. Thank you, Councillor. Continue.
Okay. So my question is that, Mr. Mayor, we don't know what had happened with the previous budget in terms of maintaining and upgrading the state of those bathrooms and toilets in those flats. If you can visit there, you will see that is not the condition where people should be utilizing those bathrooms. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, in Pola Park and Fulani, they're still waiting for the services to be delivered there. What is the state? Because we believe that all those informal settlements that have been approved are supposed to be having services, all of them. But there seems to be a delay in implementing those services to them. Thank you.
Thank you. The PA, Councillor Steenberg. Councillor Cupero, I'm naming you for the first time. Thank you. It's interjection, not walking around. That's the point. 28. Thank you.
Speaker, Councillor Adenawa asked the question instead.
Quiet. Quiet.
Good morning.
Councillor,
Good morning,
Councillor
colleagues.
Mackenzie, I'm naming you for the first time.
Good morning, colleagues.
Councillor
Mr.
Cupero,
Mayor,
that's the second time.
can I speak?
Councillor Adenauer, please proceed.
Good morning, colleagues, Mr. Mayor. The Patriotic Alliance would like to understand why. Would like to understand why our people on the Cape Flats must suffer and endure stinking sewer water running in the streets, while the very same DA-led Western Cape government, who governed the city of Cape Town for the past 18 years, preach wherever they govern, they get things done. Yet, Mr. Mayor, when I look at places such as Happy Valley, West Bank, Belar, Samora Machel, Scottsdale, and many other places, because it's too much to mention. So, Mr. Mayor, kindly please advise what is the plans your Democratic Alliance have to fix the sewer problem in our areas, because the people has given the whole Democratic Alliance 18 years to better the living conditions, yet your Democratic Alliance failed to fix your problem while sending millions back to Treasury every financial year, because you want to show clean audit, while places such as Constantia, etc., has been taken care of already. Yet, can you protect me against that social media, Councillor, please, Speaker?
Conclude your question.
So, has been taken care of already, yet your actual voters who has been keeping your Democratic Alliance in power by voting for you every 5 years for the past 18 years to better their lives are being neglected and told, do not worry, we will fix it in the next financial year.
Okay, is that the question? Thank you.
We will fix it in the next financial year, such as councillors like Councillor Marais, and basically all the other DA councillors lied to our people who
Thank you,
voted for them.
Councillor.
Lastly, Mr.
All right.
Mayor, I saw a video.
Thank you.
Lastly, Mr. Mayor, I saw
No,
a
your
video.
question. Your
where
time
you
is up,
danced
sir.
In a Nova Park.
Your time
I
is
would
up.
strongly
Thank you.
advise you and your social
Councillor.
media councillor Angus Mackenzie to attend dance classes, and please take Councillor Pismit with, want julle dance moves en die so water wat in ons paaie loop.
The UDM.
Net so sleg soos die DA.
Councillor Rukungwana. Councillors, please respect the speaker. Councillor Dambuza, I'm naming you now. Control yourself.
You are protecting them. They're intimidating us. Aye.
Councillor Bambuza, control yourself. I have named councillors on this side. Allow the mayor an opportunity. Councillor De Beer. Councillor De Beer. Councillor De Beer.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, councillors, just a point of order, if I may. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt in this House a very clear agreement that the chief whips have agreed on a multitude of times that decorum and respect will be given to each other in this House. There is also an agreement that the chief whips and the whips of parties will ensure such decorum. We have lost in many times such decorum because of the understanding of, at times, a probable unfair judgment, not on both sides, Madam Speaker. I want to implore today that we do give that decorum to each other from both sides, and that the Speaker of this House gets support, that we do not again lose the decorum and the respect for us and each other. I want to just ask that on record, that we get through this and that we support you, but on all sides, Madam Speaker, that we can get through today and handle these frustrations as we have agreed fairly. But we need to support you so that all can remain in order. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Can we now allow Councillor Mugulngwane an opportunity to have his question?
Thank you, Speaker. I am glad that when the biggest caucus is going to speak, everybody's quiet. Mr. Mayor, I welcome your speech on behalf of my big caucus. But I've heard you speaking about the upgrades and the building of the My City bus stations and other interchanges. I have not heard you mentioning anything that is going to be done in addressing the lowering of the dignity of the people of the Cape Flats. I'm talking about your Delft, Philippi East, Joe Slovo, Philippi in Ward 80 and Samora Machel, where people or communities are chewing on bad weather, good weather, waiting for taxis, and their dignity, according to our observation, is being lowered. Those informal taxi ranks have been in existence for the past 10 to 15 years. And what is the administration's aim in addressing those issues? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you may respond.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just trying to find this number because I did read it. I'll have to come back to you, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Bernardi, thank you for drawing attention to the desalination plant. Indeed, the city has taken a decision on the record. It was before MACO, as you know, that we will pursue the desalination plant, preferably as a PPP, as a public-private partnership. And that is very, very important for the future security, water security of our city. We know that we had the terrible drought in 17 and 18. We also know that cities similar to Cape Town on the same line of latitude, very similar climatic conditions, like, for example, Perth in Australia, have suffered a permanent 40% reduction in rainfall over the years. That rain has gone away and is simply not coming back. So we have to prepare for the possibility, some might say even eventuality, of such a situation occurring in Cape Town as well. And so we are investing in water reuse and in desalination. Those are very, very, very expensive technologies, and so it is better to do them as public-private partnerships, because the city would frankly struggle to afford investments of that scale on our own budget and on our own balance sheet. Of course, what it also means is that it also has a benefit for dignified basic services, because it secures water supply for a rapidly growing city into the future, particularly in those fastest growing parts of the city, in informal settlements in particular. Then, Councillor Van Nelson, thank you for your question. I'm going to ask Councillor Popham to respond, but I will say to you that the biggest housing project in the city is a 3,500 unit project in Delft, which I'm sure you know about, which was unfortunately ground to a halt when a very dear colleague of ours in the city of Cape Town was murdered on site by extortionists. Now, that is very soon to be back finally after the appointment of a new contractor and a very significant additional expenditure on security that is soon going to get rolling again. But that's just one of the projects. There's many, many others besides it, and so I'd like to ask Councillor Popham to comment on that. And if you could as well, Councillor, comment on the repair of Langa Flats that Councillor Ndamani asked about.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Madam Speaker. I do think it's important to point out, if we look at item 52 in our very agenda for this council, we have a performance report on the city. And in there it shows exactly how many homes we've delivered. So incumbent on our council, it is made an address to council, is to read through the entire agenda and not just stop at the mayoral questions. But to answer the question, we had a target of 1,300 top structures to be delivered in this financial year. To date, we've delivered 1,287. That's in the face of the construction mafia that has brought the human settlement sector to a halt. And we are currently building in Makassar, in Salaris Pass, and we have brought Guguletu infill back online. Access Symphony Way is currently at the BEC stage, and we are going to go back to Delft to begin construction. But further to that, Councillor Van Nelson knows what the city has faced, because he too sat on the project steering committee in Mitchell's Plain, where we had to cancel a housing project because of the construction mafia. So I think to answer the actual question of Councillor Van Nelson, the state of housing delivery in Cape Town is strong. We have sent a clear message to those that wish to stop us, that we will not tolerate it, and we will stand up to that very mafia. In terms of the question regarding Langa Flats, I absolutely concur, Mayor, with our colleague from the PAC. It is something that's raised not only by the ward councillors, but the PR councillors in Langa. Currently, we are taking a systematic approach. And that is where we must be honest, we can do better. But my approach is, let's do it once and let's do it properly, and not have a stop-start approach. And so Councillor would know that we are currently busy repairing the sewer collapses within Langa. Councillor Badruddin, my Mako colleague, has completed 2 of the 3. And once the 3rd one is complete, we can then begin the upgrade of the flats plumbing so that we don't have further blockages moving forward. So there is a clear plan in place for Langa, and we are well on our way to repairing the plumbing requirements in the flats. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Great. I'm going to come to Councillor Adenauer last, but Councillor Makunkwana, thank you for your question. I just need to get back to the section that of my speech on public transport. If I remember correctly, there is 156 million rand budgeted for the upgrade of public transport interchanges. I can't say exactly which PTIs those are. You'll have to follow that up with Councillor Quintas. Maybe he wants to add something now.
Thank you very much, through you, Speaker, to our Honourable Councillor from the UDM. The detail is in the budget around our public transport interchange investments in stations such as Nulongile, Inyanga, Makaza, amongst others. I'd also like to bring your attention and possibly your memory back, Councillor, to a meeting that you attended in Samora, Michelle, quite recently, where we explored sites with the community and made our commitments to formalizing a formal rank where it is logistically viable for our transport network system, unfortunately not on the rank site that was being advocated by the current informal users. So the progress, you've been a part of that in attending site visits, so I just would like to jog your memory there, sir, and would like to draw your attention to the reports detailed in the budget.
Can I have a point of correction, Speaker? I have never been invited by the councillor's office for any site visit in Samora Machel.
All right, we'll take that up afterwards. Thank you very much.
Okay, then finally to Councillor Adenauer, it's hard to misunderstand or to not have heard the massive focus that I placed on this speech and on every one of the last two budget speeches before this on improvements and upgrades to our sewer infrastructure across the city. From the very first speech I made from this podium on the day that I was elected mayor, and every speech subsequently, I have spoken about, literally every speech, Councillor. You can go and look at them online. You will see that I've spoken about the need to improve and upgrade our sewer infrastructure in Cape Town because it fundamentally impacts on the dignity of communities. We have a mayoral priority program to improve sewer infrastructure. We have quadrupled our pipe replacement rate. We have the biggest sewer replacement project in the whole of South Africa, precisely in the communities you mentioned, the Cape Flats sewer upgrade, the Cape Flats sewer replacement. And we have all of these enormous wastewater treatment work upgrades to provide for better capacity precisely in some of the communities that you have mentioned. And all of that work is proceeding. Major infrastructure projects, particularly pipe replacements, unfortunately, are very, very time-consuming projects because they require such big excavation. And so those projects are all proceeding. There are pipe installations happening every day in Cape Town. And I can assure you, and Councillor Badruddin will assure you as well, that by the end of this financial year, we will have replaced 100 kilometers of sewer line in this city just this year. That is 4 times the amount that was being done each year just 2 years ago. That is going to make a profound difference to bringing down the numbers of sewer blockages and overflows that you spoke about. And in fact, we track those numbers every single day in the city. And the number for February was the lowest number it has been in 5 years. So it is actually starting to show results. So we are investing billions and billions of rands. If you look at the 12.1 billion rand infrastructure budget in your budget today, Councillor Adenauer, you will see that nearly half of it, over 5 billion rand, is just for water and sanitation, just for them, because we know that that is where the big pressure point is. In fact, very soon, water and sanitation will have a bigger infrastructure budget than the entire city used to have 2 years ago. So the scale of investment is quite massive, and that will flow through, quite literally, to better infrastructure and better services in those communities. We are investing in wastewater treatment, we're investing in sanitation capacity, we're investing in pipelines, and as Councillor Bernardi has asked, we are investing in freshwater supply as well, so that in both forms of the service, the crucial service which supports dignity in water and sanitation, we are on the right track with both of them. But if we consider, for example, a place, Councillor, like Knysna, let's consider that municipality. I don't know why that municipality jumps to mind after your question, but let's consider it. There, the stewardship, the management of the water infrastructure is so bad under your government, Councillor Adenauer, that there are dead bodies in the water system that lie there for weeks and weeks at a time, poisoning thousands of people in the community with the whatever awful gruwelike goed wat kom uit daai. Then so bad is it, Councillor, that when they took that body out of the water system that your government allowed to get in there, the whole arm came off the body. That is disgraceful. It is a human rights violation. It is unhygienic. It is poisoning poor people in Knysna. That city is falling, that little town, sad as it is, beautiful, magnificent little coastal town, which should be the gem of the Garden Route, is falling apart under your leadership. Now, just look at the difference. Just look at the difference between these two. Here, billions and billions of rands, nearly half the city's capital budget going into improving dignified water and sanitation services for everyone, where the PA is in government, dead bodies in the water system. That is the choice. That is the choice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We move on to section 3.
Madam Speaker, if I may. Madam Speaker.
You're not finished.
If I may.
Yes, go.
I just want to give all of the credit and honor and praise to our budget team up in the gallery there on my right for the unbelievable work they've done to get this budget ready. They are a wonderful team. They've been working on this day and night since November. They had no Christmas break. So now you can go and open your Christmas presents, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We move on to the applications for leave. Chief Whip.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Speaker, the apologies for today are as follows. Councillors van der Merwe, Noordliwa, Franke, Leiden, Nunkobelanga, Kasheka, Mbeza, Nunkobolu, Mare, Boy, Ilias, Chicha, Makazi, Lumpumgezi, Muchwana, and Klein Smith. On sick leave will be Councillors Mar, Pimpi, Max, and Mamkeli. Councillor Masio will be arriving late, not 100% sure if she's here yet. And then early departure will be Councillors Bengi, Raymond, and Williams. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to read Councillor Haynes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we also have Councillor Matutu who had to leave. She's not well, so I have granted her to leave. The leave form will follow. I'm not sure if I've missed it, my apologies. I've not heard the Chief Whip read the names of Councillor Mbiza and Kasheka. If I've missed it, my apologies. And then we've got Councillor Mangweni that's going to leave at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other parties that need to raise an application for leave of absence? Good, and I'll come to you next. Good.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Beliswa Marman has informed me that she is not well, so I'll submit the leave form to the Speaker. To the Chief Whip. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor?
Councillor Farid Ahmed is on sick leave, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Steenberg?
Councillor Sono is on sick leave and Councillor Hendricks on family responsibility. She has death in her family, but that documentation will follow.
Thank you. Councillor?
Can you hear me? Councillor Kronhesken will also be leaving early at 1. Thank you.
All right. So long as all those official forms are in. Can we move on then? I'm going to read out the number of councillors that's here. We might have to adjust it for Councillor Tutu, but we'll check that. ANC 31, DA 124, ARA 2, ACDP 6, AIC none, Al-Jamar 3, CCC 7, Cape Exit 2, CMC 1, DI 1, EFF 9, Freedom Front Plus 3, Good 6, PA 3, PAC 1, UDM 1, and UIM 1. Okay, so we're going to hold our breath, but in the meantime, Councillor Botha-Rousseau.
Speaker, die VF Plus is net 2 en die vorms is betyds ingedien.
Baie dankie, ons het miskien 'n mistake gemaak. Dankie. So for the purposes of voting, we will take the numbers as corrected from the floor. Thank you. We move on now to announcements. We have, councillors, approximately 3.5 hours of debate, and so I would require some cooperation in getting through this agenda. Official notices, are there any official notices, Councillor? City Manager?
None, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we move to the confirmation of the minutes. Can we confirm the minutes? Are there any corrections to the minutes? Can we have a proposal? Is that a correction, Councillor Haynes?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Just Councillor Matutu in the minutes is recorded as absent without an apology. It was a virtual meeting and she had a network problem. She could not log in. Thank you.
We will correct that. Thank you very much. Then we approve in the minutes and we move on then to the agenda. Before we move on, I want to run through the agreed items. Councillors have agreed on volume 2A, items 9, 14 through to 18, 20, 21 and 22. In volume 2B, item 23, 24, 25 and 27. In volume 3, items 30, 31, 33, 34, 35, 36 and 37. In volume 4, items 45 through to 48, 50 through to 56 and 58 which are for noting. In volume 5, they've agreed items 65 and 66. In volume 6, they've agreed items 67 through to 72, 74, 75 and 79. In volume 7, they've agreed items 81, 83, 87, items 88 to 92 and 94 to 102 are for noting. There have been apparently a couple more, but I'll do that when we get to them. Okay. So, councillors, we now move on to the remainder of the agenda, commencing with volume 2A. And the first speaker for item 4, Councillor Haynes.
Yeah, thank you, and my apologies if I'm jumping the gun. I heard you reading item C20 as has been agreed. We have earlier had a discussion amongst the WIPs and we have put the item back. Okay.
All right, we'll come back to that. Thank you. All right, so item 4, proposed amendments to the Integrated Development Plan, clustered with item 5 and item 6. Mr. Mayor. Oh, okay, we're first going to have Councillor Sono, who's not here. So then we move on to Councillor Rousseau.
Goeiedag aan speaker, burgemeester en collega's en almal wat aanlyn is. Komplimente aan die amptenare met die bywerking van die aansuiweringsbegroting. Indien 'n veelpartyregering na 29 Mei in regering is, sal daar toegesien word dat fondse vanaf nasionale regering betyds ontvang word en behuisingskontrakte nooit weer soos voorheen gekanselleer word nie. Dan is die party wat vertragings veroorsaak, ANC weg. Kennis is geneem van ekonomiese groei en werkskepping wat ons opgewonde maak. Dan moet gewaak word dat Jobtown nie 'n stad word wat oorgrensinstroming na Kaapstad bring nie. Die sakegemeenskap en inwoners moet Suid-Afrikaners in diens neem wat kan bydra tot ekonomiese groei en onafhanklikheid van al die Suid-Afrikaanse inwoners van Kaapstad. Die stad se hoofprioriteit is belê 52% in dienslewering. Speaker, dan vertrou ons dat inwoners in Milnerton, Kaapse Vlakte, Langa nie vir baie langer deur riool ry of loop nie, soos wat burgemeester beloof. Die veiligheid van inwoners is van uiters belang en die aansuiweringsbegroting se bywerking vir veiligheid en sekuriteit gaan verseker 'n verskil maak. In kort, speaker, die wysiging vir bywerking van die aansuiweringsbegroting word deur VF+ ondersteun en versoek ons dat u toesien dat die rioolprobleme wat nog in Kaapstad is, dringend aandag kry en herstel word, want daar is nou fondse verder. Dankie.
Dankie. Councillor Kubulana.
Speaker.
Councillor.
Yes. There seems to be a challenge with the translation. So can the team work on that, please?
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Councillor Kugulana.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. Madam Speaker, the EFF rejects this IDP in front of us. It never spoke to our poorest of the poor. All what the DA-led government is good at is on paper, nothing that reflects to the ground where it is mostly needed. It is evident in our communities. Look at the stadium, our people. Look at the stadium infrastructures. The so-called stadium in our communities is equivalent to the tip in your elite areas. By the way, ours is to congratulate the EFF Western Cape on a successful rally that was held on Sunday, the 24th of March, 2024. The successful rally of the
Rule
EFF...
27, this is not relevant to the debate. Can you continue?
Aye, Speaker, stop. Chin.
The mayor was campaigning here.
The rally was...
Councillor, can you continue on the item?
You're
of the
wasting my time,
IDP?
Speaker. The success of the rally was an effort of the EFF ground forces, who are clear that President Julius Selo Malema will enter the Union building and change the status quo of our marginalized and rejected masses. The city of Cape Town continues to misname this open field as stadium, obviously to continue embezzling funds through a project outsourcing a heavy reliance on consultation. Speaker, the city bleeds and will continue to bleed in excess of 1.5 billion rand embezzled through the Department of Solid Waste and Utilities. A bogus disciplinary hearing is underway in which seeks to protect cronies aligned to the municipal manager, who is a player and a referee in a battle between the mayor and JP
Thank
Smith.
you. Councillor Yeko.
No, we are summoned here by the mayor and his mayoral committee to come and listen and approve amended.
Councillor Yeko. Unless you want to forfeit your time and allow the councillor to carry on.
When I must stop in bias.
Mr. Speaker and the House at large, the EFF rejected the item before us. Effective law enforcement to make our communities safer. When it comes to our society, the city of Cape Town is very much silent because we cannot say it is addressing the issue on the ground by this intervention mentioned in the IDP. As these electoral law enforcers are going to be recruited, they must be deployed where they are needed mostly, where there is a high rate of crime in our areas, in our congested, poor of the poorest, where the breathing and waking up is just a blessing because anything at any time it can happen. We live in a constant fear in our communities with no safety measures. Our people are getting killed every day by gangsterism, extortion, etc. Can this DA-led government prioritize our areas not only on papers, but to talk to walk, neighborhood watch? This is very much
Councillor Smith, please.
But needs more equipment. Yes, the workshop does equip them, but they need more equipment for their own safety as well, because they are also at risk. The equipment that is said to be issued here, it's not enough, not even much helpful when it comes to our neighborhood watch. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cotti.
Speaker, can you please name Alderman JP Smith? Don't just say JP, name him.
I never said JP. I said Councillor
And that
Smith.
must never happen again, JP. Don't interrupt us. While I'm
Councillor
speaking,
Cotti.
you must never do that.
Councillor Cotti.
Speaker, good morning, Speaker. Councillors, Mayor. Can I speak? Speaker, Mayor,
Hello. So, Mayor,
Councillors, allow Councillor Kotti to speak, please.
Mayor, can you pay attention here in front? Thank you. Mayor, Speaker, last year in April, the Mayor said, care for the poor and vulnerable is done this year, 73% of its budget, over 8 billion of the city's 9 billion capital budget goes for critical infrastructure that benefits low-income households, informal settlements, and poorer communities in our city. Unfortunately, Mayor, we don't see that in our township and in the Cape Flats areas. Further, Mayor, a reporter, Aidan Abrams, wrote during this year, the city claimed that experiencing a financial crisis a housing crisis due to the budget cuts of over 107 million, resulting in significant reduction of funding for informal settlements, upgrading, and urban settlements development. Let me remind the Mayor and the DA, when the ANC National Government Minister of Human Settlements gave the city 111 million rand, the Mayor refused that money. I think the Mayor only spent about 60 million, or we committed 60 million from National Government. The city is shifting its focus to private sector housing delivery, advocating for higher equitable share of funding, that at the cost of for the poor and our marginalized informal settlements on backyards. Communities are still waiting for housing development projects, particularly, as the Mayor indicated, Symphony Housing Development, Blikkiesdorp, a DA and Jalen Zille, a creation, Freedom Farm, Malawi Camp is still waiting for housing opportunities. Freedom Farm residents are currently being harassed by city law enforcement officers to demolish shacks and threatening them, also taking pride from communities. It was announced during last year that Councillor Poppen indicated the project will start in February. It's now starting in the...
Councillor Poppen, don't talk across the meeting, please. You wait your turn.
Yes, he indicated it will start in February. It's now indicated it's starting in June this year. Formal housing service sites, the target for 2022-2023 was 1,100. Only 840 was achieved. In the second quarter for this year, this financial year, target was 1,400. Only 295 was achieved. That, if you didn't read that item, is on page 316. Urban waste management, 180 million for the next financial year for areas of vehicles replacement, Kalisa, Philippines, and Moromosel, in poor areas. 80% of those areas, Madam Speaker, is being catered for by outside service providers. Let me also say to you that we are currently sitting with a situation where services will be collapsing in Kalisa and the Alderby area because the DA city employed an ex-DA councillor to run a particular service of hundreds of millions of rand there. And then we asked for cater development, cater deployment. Metro service sites delivered, target was for Cape Town, 1,404. To date, 0 was spent, 0 was delivered. That's what we call a well-run city. A reporter from the Daily Maverick also reported under Mayor's budget speech last year, city claims that the Mayor, 10.9 billion rand will be directed towards infrastructure projects in the city of poor areas. 8 billion will be for crucial infrastructure that will serve local. But let me remind you, Mayor, as our previous speakers indicated, we have been seeing major sewer blockages, major drains. Ask Councillor Donors in Ward 13, Aberdeen Street, a MACO member and the city staff, a MACO member, Badruddin, had to rescue the situation. I thank the MACO member and his staff that worked tirelessly until 8 o'clock on Monday evening to resolve that particular issue. Sewer blockages within the city take days and weeks to be repaired, fixed or resolved. Unhealthy situation occurs in Philippi, Samora Masel, Dunoon, Langa, Delft, Kalisa, across the city. And the Mayor stands here that we are doing our utmost best. But that is a situation that is a city that's unable to resolve the spatial apartheid legacy and unequal access to services and quality services in our area. I'm glad that the Mayor in his speech also addressed the issue of the rapid schools build program. 2.5 billion rand came from the national government, ANC government. And I'm also glad that the Premier is here to see it here. But as the councillor Jafta in Delft, how his friends of the construction mafia supervised those projects in Bella. I'm also glad that the mayor also spoke about the issue of the property rebates. But let me also say to you, the bad treatment that our residents are receiving, Mayor, when they go to these housing officers to apply for social grant rebate, bad rebates. But let me give you an easy example. ANC government in National Assembly gives residents, poor residents, 2,000 rand SASSA benefits. The DA takes 1,000 rand out of those 2,000 rand. 1,000 rand. Why? 600 rand goes for rates and services, and 400 goes for electricity. And currently, city customers is paying 3 rand 51 cents per unit. And if you are in arrears with your water and rates account,
conclude.
They will even deduct those particular money as well.
Thank you, Councillor Majinga. Councillors, do you want to answer to that particular point?
I have a point of order, ma'am.
Point of order?
Yeah, I didn't want to disrupt the councillor while he was speaking, but it's a very serious allegation that is made against Councillor Jafta without any supporting substantiation whatsoever. And I think an allegation like that should either be brought through a substantive motion before the House, or a complaint to your office for a disciplinary matter, or it should not be made in this chamber, because it reflects on the honour of a councillor here.
Thank you. Councillor Cotti first.
I just wanted to check in terms of rules and procedures. Is the mayor allowed to describe while the debate is still on?
No, it's a point of order, so he can raise the point of order after the speaker. Thank you. Councillor Cotti, would you like to withdraw that remark? We'll follow it up through the process. Thank you, Councillor Majinga.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Good morning. Good morning,
Madam Mayor.
No, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Morning, Alderman Mayor. Morning, colleagues. Greetings to the beautiful people of Cape Town. Greetings to the Premier. Through you, Madam Speaker, we are happy that the Premier is here to say his goodbyes because he's leaving. The year 2024 marks an important milestone in the history of South Africa. South Africa is marking...
Councillor Kempthorne, I'm naming you for the first time.
South Africa is marking 30 years since the historic election of 27th April 1994. We are urging and agitating our people to go out on 29 May to celebrate the gains achieved of democracy. In the past 30 years, significant progress has been made to ensure that our country deepens democracy, radically transform economic development, and continue to deliver efficient and effective provision of basic services to many of the citizens of our country. We further urge citizens to defend those gains of democracy, not to fall on the hands of Israel on the 29th of May. We are fully aware about the reasons that necessitated the amendments, alignments, and adjustments due to funds that we have received. We urge the City of Cape Town to commit in achieving our South African vision of being most diverse, caring, and livable city through the effective and efficient delivery of basic services. Currently, the city is not livable, it's dirty. We have noticed and appreciated the move by the City of Cape Town to want to invest in areas that will make the greatest social and economic impact within our city. We wanted to persuade the City of Cape Town to implement the district development model so that they can benefit from the opportunities brought by this model. With this model, you would benefit and drop your quest for devolution of powers. We encourage the city to exploit integrated public transport networks as well as catalytic projects to address the spatial transformation and revitalization of the townships township economy. The ANC will continue to fight for good programs towards ensuring a better life for the people. We want to put our fingers in only 5 projects in the next financial year that we have identified, which is energy, human settlement, urban mobility, urban waste management, water and sanitation. I'm not going to say anything about all of them because the Councillor Dalman has mentioned in one street in Silwood Heights, 3 drains are overflowing on daily basis. On the other side of the street, we've got another drains are overflowing. You fix one, you go and then come back tomorrow. We suggested, Mr. Mayor, that we made an example about Langa. When you go fix a drain in a particular area, you fix one street, the next day is the street next door, the other day is the street next door. Get that area club one time clean, because the network is all dirty. You clean one artery, the other one is dirty. So I think we must plan better. We hope the projects in the directorate are not going to be hamstrung by issues of tender readiness and issues of capacity. I'm talking about the directorates that I've mentioned, the 5 of them. So while the mayor is bragging of the achievements, there is about 623 informal settlements in the city of Cape Town. Out of that, total is of 206. They do not receive water and sanitation services. In the very same areas, those areas are very dense. It's not easy to access them during fire seasons. Madam Speaker, we want to indicate to Councillor Quintas that the city is failing the people of Mfuleni. They can't see their interchange. It has disappeared. The same challenges are found in water and sanitation. The underground infrastructure is dilapidating, inferior, and dirty. I think I've covered that one. As a result of this, there are sewer spillages everywhere. You go to Philippi, water is on the road. You go to Nyanga, water is on the road everywhere. So we need to plan better. Because if we can deal with the 5, human settlement and water and sanitation, urban waste management, at least there will be a difference. The city has not fully delivered on its mandate to provide electricity to the resident at an affordable rate. The city has failed to deliver sustainable water services to the resident even during the trying periods such as drought conditions or day zero. There are people who are sitting with unpaid huge bills. The city of Cape Town has dismally failed to deliver houses. There is a lot of work to be done to address the current backlogs. You are aware, Councillor Popam, of the backlogs, I'm sure. We urge the city of Cape Town to keep sustainable human settlement as its main priority for the municipality to prosper. The IDP remains the strategic driver of both the municipal budget, enterprise risk, and its performance management system, which encourages our society to measure the city's performance against targets detailed in the IDP document, which the city of Cape Town has increased and keeps on missing. As the members of the ANC and citizens of the city of Cape Town, we can be proud in the city if the city can continue to positively influence the bridging of the gap between the two communities and dismantle the divide in the communities on both sides of N2. When you, Mayor, took office, you promised the citizens that you are going to shape the image of the city of Cape Town, which you repeated this morning. Not without challenges, of course. You need to live up to that promise. These amendments we are dealing with are going to make the financial year 24-25 an exciting year for the city with its infrastructure investment goals. Having gone through the annual report and its experiences, we want to urge and encourage every resident and every business and every community and every non-governmental organization to take time to read, engage, and provide feedback on the IDP. We have raised suggestions here in the House, but we were ignored because of the numerical strength on the other side.
Conclude.
But we did not tire. Look where we are today with Circular 88. in conclusion, Alderman, Madam Speaker, it is only your commitment to work together with us that we can achieve these visions. The ANC is agreeing with the recommendation, but the point we will keep on raising is the issue of spatial divide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Speaker, I was just going to move the item, but I do want to respond to the claim often repeated and repeated again now today by Councillor Cotti of this so-called 111 million rand that was refused by the City of Cape Town. Let me repeat for the 100th time, and I will keep repeating it because I will not allow that misinformation to be spread unchallenged, that is not true. That is a deliberate piece of misinformation. I'm trying not to use the word that we're not allowed to use, but it is a deliberate deception, shall I say. And he cannot keep repeating that knowing that it is not true. That 111 million rand was given to the City of Cape Town on the last day of the national government's financial year, because they must reflect it on that last day of the financial year as having been spent. Now, in common parlance, that is known as fiscal dumping. We had no advance notice of the transfer to our city account. It was simply sent, EFT'd on the last day of the financial year. It was then 7 days later, accompanied by a letter which said that 50 million of the 110 must be spent to buy land for the PRASA relocation. So what I said to the Department of Human Settlements and to the National Treasury is quite clear. I've said it on the record 100 times. It is not our job to buy land for a relocation project of another sphere of government. We've got enough of our own relocation issues to deal with. We've got to find alternative accommodation for all of the homeless people that we are dealing with, all of the servitudes that are invaded, including in Langa, as the councillor has said, and elsewhere besides. We cannot take responsibility for purchasing land for other SOEs and spheres. So the 50 million, the instruction that 50 million had to be spent on buying land for PRASA was unacceptable to us and remains unacceptable to us. We will not do that. So that 50 million rand was indeed returned because we won't use it to buy land for PRASA. The other remaining 61 million was used by the City of Cape Town to improve services to the 206 informal settlements that Councillor Majingo has spoken about, either through Councillor Popham in human settlements or through Councillor Badruddin in water and sanitation, or indeed maybe through Councillor Van Reenen in energy. So it is not true that the city refused to use that money. It was only the portion that we were instructed to use to buy land for PRASA, which again, we will not do. I move the item.
Thank you. The item is moved. Anyone against the item? All in favour? Thank you very much, Councillor Dambuza. Is the EFF?
The EFF is against the item.
You're against the item.
Yes.
The hand at the back there, I can't see. The CCC is against the item. All right.
NCC.
Thank you. All right, the item is carried.
Relax, Jota.
We move on then to item 8. Councillor Haynes.
Speaker, we understand the privileges of the mayor, but I want to urge you to also work with us. The rules do not allow for an interjection during a debate. Whether it's a point of order or a correction, can you please assist us and not do that again? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll check that now at lunchtime. Thank you very much. All right. Item 8, Mr. Mayor, if you would just reiterate your speech and present the item.
I do table the budget, ma'am, but I have to withdraw 2 annexures. They're not relevant to the budget itself, but there's still some further work to be done on them. So I'd like to table the budget 2024-2025 for public comment, and Annexure 16, which is the ward and sub-council allocation policy, and Annexure 9, which is the grants and aid policy, to be withdrawn from consideration for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we move that? Thank you. We move on then to item 10, which was agreed now, and we move on to item 11, and the first speaker there is Councillor Jacobson.
Am I audible?
You are, sir?
Honourable Speaker, when I put,
Councillors, sorry, before you start, councillors, can I urge you to stop walking around because you're disrupting the House? And you take your seats.
Honourable Speaker, when I first entered council, there was about 600,000 homes that were short. I believe that number is now increased to about 700,000. So I absolutely love this item, and it's making it easier for micro developers to lessen the burden of a shortage of houses and to reduce bureaucracy. It's a win-win for all: more job creation, more economic growth, more houses, less backyard dwellers, less rough sleepers, and importantly, more attraction for business and investors into townships. But I caution against contracting to inferior or dubious contractors. We need accountability and to monitor performance. We can ill afford to have incompetence and wasted expenditure, similar to what prevailed in Sea Point Promenade, where 41 million rands of development came to abrupt halt as a result of poor management and control. Otherwise, I so support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Saturin.
Good morning, all. This item is a perfect example of how this DA administration will continue the legacy of the Group Areas Act and maintain the apartheid plan of squeezing thousands of sardines into a can. If one looks at the targeted areas, it is clear that the already densely populated areas will be ticked into reducing their living spaces even more. This project will only negatively impact the already overpopulated areas. Let's talk about Parkwood. Is it your desire that the rest of Parkwood should mirror the reflection of the city's rental stock in Parkwood, where almost every ground floor rental unit has more than one backyarder? Or Bloemfontein that smells like a sewage dump? Spending billions on sewer upgrades is a waste of ratepayers' money when all we intend to do is further burden this very infrastructure. Have you taken a look at what Delft looks like? Have you considered how it will affect the informal settlements? Knowing that informal settlements caters for people settling in from other areas outside of the Western Cape, leaving the people of the Cape Flats with an even lesser chance of actually benefiting from housing opportunities when they do arise. Madam Speaker, let's speak about the burden it will have on our already neglected infrastructure. Have we thought of the effect it will have on the climate? It is a known fact that TB thrives in condensed and unhealthy living conditions, or is this a continuation of the voter Basson era in the DA? One cannot believe that formalizing backyarders will get rid of the social ills that comes with overpopulated and impoverished areas. We suggest that you free up the land in areas such as Constantia, Blauberg, Durbanville and Rondebosch Common, etc. for housing to de-densify the Cape Flats and all other communities. The NCC rejects this item as we desire to see our people as homeowners and not backyard dwellers.
Thank you. Councillor August.
Thank you, Speaker. The item before us refers to the establishment of a Township Development Charges Fund for a pilot project. In principle, this may appeal to many residents due to the city of Cape Town's failure to deliver adequate housing opportunities to its residents in informal structures known as backyarders and informal settlements. This may also sound appealing to micro contractors living in these areas who believe that they will benefit from the fund. Speaker, as good, we have dissected this item, and the following matters of concern has been highlighted. The fund will be used as a funding source for micro developers who each having within their time of business had the opportunity to build between 3 and 30 units. This brings the concern of who will be qualifying, or are we again left with these micro contractors having to subcontract for another bigger company? The small-scale rental units refers to the rental stock of our communities and are only identified in areas where council owns these rental units. This gives a clear indication that due to the failure of the DA-led City of Cape Town to build houses, you wish to approve the already overcrowded, densified areas to become official slums within the City of Cape Town. In the same areas identified, residents are faced with failed infrastructure where our sewage system is failing and people having to live with blocked drains and crap running through the streets, where our clinics and day hospitals cannot keep up with the influx of people with regards to health matters. Economic opportunities, which as we know, is now not does not serve our people in the townships or Cape Flats, except reserved for skills development and tick-box exercise reports. So in the very challenging communities, it would seem that the government wants to continue creating slums, because that is what it will equate to, slums. There is a saying on the Cape Flats, "Julle weet nie wat ons weet nie." As good, we wish to tell the DA-led city of Cape Town that we do know. We know that you have no plan for special development. We know that you don't know how to spend the money received from Treasury to build houses. We know that you want to keep the elite areas free from bringing residents back to where they lived. We know that you are failing to simply concentrate more on the completion of historic projects and correcting the spatial injustices of the city. How do we know? The mayor and the maker are more focused on selling off our land parcels in well-located areas. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Good does not support the densification of our communities and want the city to build adequate houses for its residents. We simply don't support the quick escape route that's proposed by the DA-led administration. I thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Nivert. Alderman Nivert, may I ask that you speak in English because the Afrikaans translator never showed up? If that's, please, if you could do that to accommodate some of the people that are not understanding Afrikaans.
I don't think that's fair, Speaker. But I'll try my best. One thing that I've learned today is that I can understand why our country, our beloved country, is in such a state of disarray. Taxes that our public, our communities, our workers is paying is public money, not ANC money to spend. It is not the ANC that grant the money to Cape Town. It's the
That is not part of the debate.
that pay the taxes.
This is
and
part
those
of the
monies-
debate. If you'll keep quiet and allow her to finish. Thank you.
So, for me, that was the lesson of today. The other lesson of today is we will never get out of this dependency if the parties that's supposed to monitor the people in charge are bent on keeping people grant dependent, verkleineerd, to be dependent and not to afford them the opportunity to grow their asset and be profitable. Speaker,
Councillor Gadini, I'm naming you now for the second time.
This project came for a long time and over years of achieving and seeing that it is possible to allow people home ownership and asset sweating within their own communities where they already provide housing for those people that's in need. It is not a lower cost. It is not a degrading facility. And I really want to invite those councillors that got a lot to say about the degrading and depending situation of people to go and visit these estates within their own communities. It is much better managed, secured to the betterment of those that rent from these asset owners. I therefore would like to congratulate the maker and the mayor in creating or suggesting this fund. It is not a fund for the developers, it's a fund for infrastructure to allow the developers and allow the homeowners to take advantage of the opportunity. It is to break the cycle of impoverished dependence that's been forced upon us. This is a way that the DA illustrates that you can facilitate a break in the cycle of poverty and ensure prosperity in the townships that have been established there, where the ANC have promised to demolish or to obtain or whatever upscale it. They totally fail because they treat the people as second-hand citizens. We allow them to be part of a development process where they can choose to the level that they can sweat their asset. I thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Andrews.
Dankie Raadsheer Nieuwoud. Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie.
Ons wil nie weet.
This desire
Ons wil nie
for us
weet wat julle
to
weet nie.
locate Cape Town as a city of hope,
Yes,
it
Alderman Andrews, I
requires
just wanted
us
to
to
remind you.
act. I am
Convert
translating
to
English as well, Speaker. They don't know what we know, Alderman Nivert. So this item before us, Speaker, is a very important item, and I think Alderman Nivert touched on the pertinent points. So, Councillor Jacobson, just with regards to your remark around the Sea Point contract, you're aware that Council has to manage its contracts within the scope of that contract. So how we manage the performance of a contract or non-performance is prescribed to us, and so we have to tread extremely carefully. So no money has been wasted on that project. It has come to an halt, and that's unfortunate that it has done so, but we will get that project back in line. Councillor Satarin, as a portfolio committee member of the spatial planning and the environment portfolio, thank you for finally uttering some remarks on the item. As you've mentioned, absolutely nothing in the portfolio committee, but this will not have a negative impact. Clearly, you exposed your ignorance of what the proposition value and the fact that none of the speakers have actually visited a small-scale development project. It is not a burden on infrastructure because the 194 areas identified are areas that have been identified where we do have capacity in those areas. But you know that, or you have not read the report. So this particular item before us seeks to remove one less barrier to unlock private investment in those communities, and everyone can be a part of it. But let me just summarize the proposition value. Here, an unemployed property owner is able to access finance to develop micro units from 3 up until 30 units. And the passive income ranges from 3,500 Rand to 6,500 Rand. And there is a strategy how we will dispose of land to encourage and further enable this particular development. Councillor August, it's not the city's failure to deliver. It's not true. We are delivering, but we want to deliver more. We understand that there's a disconnect between the public and the private yield, and so now we want to unlock further investment in those areas to ensure that we get the capacity there. And so the comment about, this is a perfect recipe for slums, no, it's not true. You also expose your ignorance to this particular program that you've actually not undertaken a site visit. But we do, Madam Speaker, note good desire to not support the Jobstown efforts to supplement our human settlement program to that shortfall, which tens and thousands of units every single year will now be incrementally sort of clawed back, and we're able to provide more housing opportunities by the private sector, led by the private sector, in communities where it is needed. So it won't be slums. There is capacity, there is plan, and this 20 million Rand fund that our economic growth colleagues have set aside, we of course welcome it, and there will be more funds we will set aside as we want to do more for the citizens of our country, as we respond to those urban pressures that we face every single day, as we don't want more slums, and we of course want to claw back the issue of informality. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Satarin. I'm naming you for the first time. Councillors, we have a recommendation on page 18 and 19. Can we move the recommendation? Apart from good...
Clarity question, Speaker.
You have a question?
No, clarity with the Deputy Mayor.
Carry on.
Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to know, are you aware that at least 2 sub-councils controlled by the Democratic Alliance has rejected this project? Thank you.
Okay, that's... Councillor, can you respond?
Councillor, the reports we received from the sub-council have identified areas in every single sub-council. We had a discussion. There will be SSRU sites in every single council where we have capacity, 194 areas across the city of Cape Town, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The recommendation is on page 18 and 19. The recommendation is carried with the good voting against. Thank you. We move on to item 12. And the first speaker on this item is Councillor Jacobson again.
Yeah, I'm back again. Honourable Speaker, this item asks to review the land application types considered by the Municipal Planning Tribunal and the authorised officials. Authorised officials. This makes me very nervous. and it talks to the removal of restrictive title deeds, rezoning, subdivisions, land consolidation. This also opens the door to political puppeteering, meaning political parties that are prepared to say anything or do anything to get that vote. And I see Honourable Mayor has run away, but at least Premier Alan Winde has taken up my invitation to attend. Premier Alan Winde was stopped by activists in Funaquazi and Reclaim the City in Kraaifontein, and suddenly he has promised affordable housing at Tafelberg School. Honourable Mayor, Honourable Winde, these people, members, will never vote for your party, yet you're trying to befriend this organisation by selling out and punishing the privileged communities. May this council take note of the constitutional finding in the court should serve to guide us when we tackle this item or similar ones. The Concord ruling, Simcha Trust versus D.A. Cruz, municipalities should not approve building plans which will devalue other neighbours' properties. So councillors, ward councillors and municipal planning tribunal and the authorised officials, whoever they may be, no building plan or development must be approved if it will affect adversely property values in the immediate surrounding area. Therefore, unfortunately, the VF Plus cannot support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kasim.
Thank you, Speaker. C12, as we see on page 48, this is just to review the categorization of land application types for consideration by the MPT and the authorized officials. As we know, on the 28th of May 2020, this was when Council reviewed these categories. Now again it will be considered for review, and the purpose to speed up the turnaround times of decision making and also for administrative efficiencies. We will see in Annexure A as well, that confirm the latest categorization of these application types. Then also if we can direct our colleagues to Annexure B as well. And this is to protect the objectives of our good governance and council-approved spatial planning and land use policy guidelines. The recommendations, Speaker, it's on page 51. I so move for them.
Thank you. Anyone against the recommendation? The recommendation is carried. Freedom Front Plus is against the recommendation. Thank you. Then the recommendation is carried. We move on then to the next item, which is item 13 was agreed. So the next item that we need to deal with is item 20. Is that the one that we need to reopen? All right. I don't have speakers for it. I do have speakers for it. Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Speaker. On this item, this is a long-awaited clinic, Zakhele Clinic, in Ward 94 in Khayelitsha. And as much as I wouldn't not support, but I want to raise through our MACO member the challenge that we have received a letter of legalities that we are challenged by the company called Nomenti. I've received an email. I'm not sure why they did not send the email to the City of Cape Town officials, or else if they did send, why are we today at this point in the agenda? Because as the ward, when we received the letter that the surrounding shacks around the clinic must move, and the portion of clinic is also part of the surrounding, that is the circumference that is highlighted there. That poses a challenge for us to continue with this kind of land transfer to the Western Cape Provincial Government. Because if we pass today and agree to this item today, we're still going to have a long protracted challenge with the legalities. As a result, when we were discussing the matter, we said rather than the clinic be referred to the ERF once initially suggested in the ward that is behind Ilingeletu, ISEPS and the Khayelitsha Resource Center facility. I do have the ERF number with me. I can whisper the ERF number to the MACO member, perhaps after the meeting or during break time, because we have a serious challenge there. If there was no such a challenge, I wouldn't be speaking at this point in time in this item. I would be swiftly agreeing to it. But we are having that challenge. Because the challenge we had in 2023, prior this challenge that I'm citing now, there were only 10 shacks that were supposed to be moving out so that the ERF that we are talking about is extended as the provincial government wanted it bigger than it is.
All right.
So I'm raising that now
All right.
as a caution to this item.
Thank you. Councillor Makiti?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I will allow the MECO member to respond to the issues of litigation because I am not aware of the email. I've not received that email. But Speaker, the proposed transfer will allow for the construction of the new Zakele Clinic, as the Councillor have said, by the DA Western Cape government. And the people of Khayelitsha have been waiting for this day. And I want to say, Speaker, to the people of Khayelitsha, we will make this happen because we're not like other parties that talk about things. We make things happen. The new clinic will provide, Madam Speaker, improved healthcare services to the community. And I think that is one of the DA 7 themes in the 2024 manifesto. As I've said, we're not just speaking about things, we make things happen. The application, Madam Speaker, was circulated to the relevant internal branches of Council, and there has been no objections against the proposed transfer. It is worth noting, Madam Speaker, that public participation was not required as the property is being transferred to the organ of state as per Clause 239 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and Clause 10.3 of the Policy on the Management of certain of the City of Cape Town's immovable property. Chapter B, Clause 10.2 and 10.3 of the Council Policy relating to the management of certain of the City of Cape Town's immovable property provides for the exempted transfer or disposal of property to organs of state. The proposal, Madam Speaker, complies with the legislative regime, and I therefore support the recommendations on page 380 and 381, and the MECO member might be able to respond to the litigation because I did not see that email. Thank you.
So can I recommend that we move the recommendation and that they deal with that as part of the process going forward? Is that okay? All right. The recommendation's still on the table, but all those issues will have to be dealt with in the process. Can we move the recommendation? Thank you very much. Then we move on to the next item. Item 19 was agreed to. And the next item then is, I see item 26 is agreed, okay? So the next one's 28. Councillor Deniso. Item 28.
Madam Speaker, in any policy development process, consultation of relevant stakeholders in the City of Cape Town is key and paramount, such as the public and labor unions which represent municipal workers. Once that is not done, Madam Speaker, it means the process of developing a city's policy is flawed, hence it must be deferred back for proper consultation. In this case, Madam Speaker, 2 recognized labor unions were not part of this policy development process. In fact, they were excluded purposefully. ANC does not and do not support the approval of the so-called policy because 2 critical stakeholders in the City of Cape Town, such as labor unions and citizens of Cape Town, were never consulted when this policy was started and developed so that they can have the views of municipal workers and the public in general. And they will be affected when this policy is imposed unilaterally without any views of workers and the public before the approval of this policy by council. The ANC, as the only pro-working class political organization in this council, will reject the recommendation to approve this so-called policy from the executive mayor. This, once again, is proof enough that the City of Cape Town mayor undermined the views of unions and the citizens of Cape Town in general. Hence, consultation was never made or was never done when this policy was drafted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. That's enough. Councillor Cameron.
Good day, Madam Speaker, Mr. Mayor, councillors, members of the public. Madam Speaker, the 2022-2027 Integrated Development Plan of the DA-led City of Cape Town strives to achieve a city of hope for all. A prosperous, inclusive and healthy city where people can see their hopes of a better future for themselves, their children and the community can become a reality. The City of Cape Town envisions a city built on excellent asset management practices and good governance, where the economy can thrive and bring investment and jobs. The City of Cape Town endeavors to develop and maintain resilient infrastructure to underpin the strategic vision. The City of Cape Town needs to plan for infrastructure development and maintenance over multiple planning horizons, evaluate the merits of infrastructure investment proposals, support procurement and delivery of infrastructure, and sustainably manage infrastructure within an integrated infrastructure asset management framework. Currently, there is a notable variance in the asset management maturity levels between directorates and departments. In some cases, lines of responsibility for various types of maintenance are not clearly defined. The City of Cape Town has thus committed to a multi-year program to incrementally improve asset management skills, processes, systems across all directorates that are responsible for development and maintenance of assets within the built environment. The policy defines the City of Cape Town's high-level vision and intent regarding infrastructure asset management. It is the framework to guide development and implementation of the Strategic Asset Management Plan. A primary goal of this policy is to optimize value across all infrastructure asset portfolios for the entire asset life cycle. This requires an evidence-based approach to capital expenditure on new infrastructure and maintenance on existing infrastructure, underpinned by quality and reliable asset management data in the preparation of sector plans. Asset management also involves the balancing of opportunities and risk against desired performance of assets to achieve the organizational objectives. The balancing of all above factors will be considered over different time frames. The policy is applicable to all infrastructure assets managed by the relevant City of Cape Town directorates, including roads and transportation networks, water and sanitation systems, stormwater and flood protection systems. In conclusion, Speaker, the objective of the asset management program for the City of Cape Town is to ensure the efficient, effective and sustainable management of all municipal assets throughout the entire life cycle. This includes infrastructure, facilities, equipment, and other assets critical to delivering essential services to the community. I move that Council approves the adoption of the Infrastructure Asset Management Policy.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 345. The ANC has indicated they're against the item. Excuse me? Clarity, a point of clarity.
Madam Speaker, in any development process of any police, consultation is key. Now, I want to check now from the previous speaker why the consultation was not done when this policy was built.
Thank you. That's not a point of clarity in this instance. We have a recommendation.
Madam Speaker, consultation was not done to relevant stakeholders.
Councillors, we have a recommendation. The ANC is not supporting it. Are there any other parties not supporting the item? Thank you. The item is carried. The EFF is not supporting, and the CCC is not supporting. Thank you very much. All right, the item is carried, and we move on to item 29, and this is Maitland Local Spatial Development Framework. Councillor Steenberg.
Good morning, Speaker, fellow councillors, residents and members of the media. Madam Speaker, the report before us proposed that we accept the Maitland's Local Spatial Development Framework with a view to improve its status as a strategic economical node. It is the fact that Maitland has experienced a significant influx of foreign nationals. Drugs peddling activities have become the order of the day. Brothels are thriving, homes are overcrowded, and the existing water and sanitation infrastructure is being crippled as we speak. In fact, Maitland is like a Mexico City town right here in Cape Town. It is also a fact that all three spheres of government have failed the people of Maitland, and this plan cannot be viewed as a make-up gift. We need action. The LSDF must work for the people and not the people work for the LSDF. It is also our hope that the current breakdown and the decay Maitland is facing will be dealt with in this plan. And we will therefore monitor this plan and see if it works. And if it does not work, we know well what to do. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank Sub-Council 15 Administration, the officials of the Urban Design and Planning Department, in particular, Ashley Manyara, the official that handled herself very professionally in this endeavor. Moreover, the residents and the organizations who all participated in this plan, your input is valued. Speaker, in my capacity as Ward Councillor for this community and speaking on behalf of the residents, we support this plan underpinned with the city values and strategic plans with the hope that the plan will truly benefit Maitland. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jansen.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and fellow councillors. It's quite ironic that the supposed ward councillor raises these issues when he hardly participated in any of the open days related to the spatial development framework. But nonetheless, I address you to shed light on a transformative opportunity that lies within the drafted Maitland Local Spatial Development Framework. The framework presents more than just a plan. It symbolizes a potential for urban regeneration, Councillor Steenberg, community empowerment, and sustainable growth within the heart of Maitland. Maitland, with its rich history and strategic location, holds immense promise for the future of our inner city. However, like many areas, the city never, unfortunately, has ever said that it hasn't faced challenge. It has. But within these challenges lies an opportunity to revitalize, reimagine, and reignite the spirit of Maitland. The proposed spatial development framework provides a roadmap for this revitalization. I hope you'll still be in office by that time. It outlines strategic mobilities to unlock Maitland's full potential, fostering economic development, enhancing infrastructure, and ultimately creating a vibrant and inclusive community. It's not merely about buildings and streets. It's about fostering a sense of place, belonging, and pride amongst the residents of Maitland, a community which you have divided. One of the key aspects of this framework is to place an emphasis on mixed-use development by promoting a blend of residential, commercial, and recreational spaces. We can create a dynamic neighborhood where people can live, work, and play. This not only emphasizes the quality of life for people, but also attracts investments, business, and job opportunities, something that this DA government does well. Furthermore, the framework prioritizes connectivity and accessibility, improvements to the public transportation, pedestrian walkways, cycling lanes infrastructure, which will not only reduce congestion, but also enhance mobility and social interaction within Maitland. By breaking down physical barriers, we can foster a stronger sense of community and integration. But perhaps most importantly, the Maitland LSDF is a testament to the power of community engagement and collaboration. For that, I must thank the Maitland Ratepayers and Residents Association for actively driving this due to the absence of a ward councillor. Through extensive consultation with residents, businesses, stakeholders, we have crafted a plan that reflects the aspirations and needs of the people of Maitland. This inclusive approach ensures that the benefits of regeneration are shared equitably amongst members of the community. In conclusion, the adoption of the Maitland Local Spatial Development Framework presents a defining moment for the future of Maitland and our city. It's a chance to breathe new life into old spaces.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 367. Are we all in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Then we move on to the next item, which is item 32 is now agreed, so we move then to item 38. Councillor Majuza. Councillors, can you speak into your mic, please?
Can I continue now, Speaker? MECO members, can I continue, Speaker? I hope you are saving my time, Speaker. Can I continue? Speaker, as per the provisions enshrined on Part 22 of the Systems of Delegation, which is to maximize administrative and operational efficiency and provide checks and balances on municipal accounts, notice that at its core, the systems of delegation, when read in conjunction with management and operational procedures, is meant to give life to transversal management and the creation of a more efficient, effective and responsive organization, being the City of Cape Town in this context. However, Speaker, little can be said in this regard when it comes to this city's responsibility on supervising this power of delegation when it comes to our municipal finances and its systems of delegation, particularly on these sub-delegated duties that seek to serve the marginalized, poor of the poorest residents of the City of Cape Town. Speaker, Part 22 of the Systems of Delegation recommends MPEC to investigate the recovery or to raise the recoverability of unauthorized, irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure in terms of Section 32 of and 102 of the FMFA. Speaker, according to the financial misconduct section of the National Treasury Circular Guide on Irregular Expenditure, Section 38, subsection 1 and C of the PFMA requires an accounting officer to take effective and appropriate steps to, amongst others, to prevent irregular expenditure. Whilst in terms of Section 81, subsection 1 and B of the PMFMA, an accounting officer and accounting authority will be committing an act of financial misconduct if that accounting officer or accounting authority makes a permit on irregular expenditure. Similarly, Speaker, officials serving in institutions referred to above will be also committing an act of financial misconduct if he or she fails to take effect and appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure within that official's area of responsibility. Furthermore, Speaker, in terms of Section 38, subsection H and I, and Section 51, subsection E of the PFMA, the accounting officer or authority must take effective and appropriation disciplinary steps against any official in the service of their respective establishments who makes or permits irregular financial or irregular expenditure. While Speaker, the National Circular further instructs the accounting authority must determine who the responsible party is. From the amount should be the recovered. This information will normally become evident while performing the investigation. Now, this report says nothing when it comes to the same cases of this nature presented to us in this council. Starting from pages 443, which is meant for provisions of mobile data contracts, mobile data which incurred irregular financial expenditure, till to page 445, an appointment of panels of home building contractors for the construction of government subsidized houses project, with only task teams which were only established as far as the 20th of February, already, but with no findings or recommendations presented to us as this council to evaluate against the already circulated pieces of legislation, which based on this committee's referred to terms of references cited in Section 6 of this committee's terms of references, particular subsection 6.2 and 6.8, which clearly states that the Speaker shall table all the investigations, findings and recommendations from this council. Furthermore, as was raised by the ANC through Councillor Majingo in this committee's meeting held on the 2nd of February 2024, cited on page 446 on the item, where Councillor Majingo said, it said we are of a view that a clean auditor went hand in hand with service delivery. However, raised also the concern that there was no clear audit options on service delivery, and that if there is none, how the city would be able to establish if it had the necessary funding and human resources to provide for the increasing housing demands within the municipality. In conclusion, Speaker, the whole report doesn't give us any reflection on what is exactly being done with the submitted financial misconducts or reports on different contracts presented in this item, and does not assist us in any way as far as the mentioned legislative guidelines are concerned from the setting of task teams. It is therefore the ANC will reject this report with all the contempt it deserves.
Thank you.
It serves no purpose.
Thank you, Councillor Van Zyl. I just want to point out we are the MMFA, not the PMFA, but that's fine. Councillor Van Zyl.
Now you want to engage on the report. I can give you clarity on that.
That's fine.
I can give you clarity on that. Don't take chances.
I move the item, Speaker.
Thank you. The item is moved. The recommendations on page 434 and 435. Apart from the ANC, is there anyone that's against the item? The EFF? Thank you. The item is carried. Are you voting against the item CCC? Thank you. The next item, item 39, Councillor Visagie.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the committee changes are reflected in item C39, but further changes that does not reflect is Councillor Frank Raymond to be added to spatial planning and environment, as well as to the rules and ethics PC, and then Councillor Chantal Serfontaine to be added to economic growth PC.
Thank you. Can we move that? Thank you. That takes us to volume 4, the questions. Councillor Haynes, you had a question. Your question was responded to. Do you have a further follow-up question?
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm satisfied with the answer.
Thank you very much. The next item is Councillor Majinga. You had a question which was responded to.
Covered, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And then the next question was Councillor Cotti. You had a question and the items were responded, the question was responded to. Do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, Chair. I must say that I'm not quite impressed with the response, Mayor. One of the issues that I raised in the question was that will the city be able to get the money back from the security companies through the insurances for the damages occurred at the facility. I'm also glad to see that we are busy putting up fences at the facility as well. And also the fact that Education Department is interested in utilizing the facility. But again, also, Speaker, Madam Chair, if we do give that facility to the Education Department, it will then take away another facility from us. And we already don't have proper facilities in the Delft area of Ward 106 and 24. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to respond to that now, or do you want to come back?
Yes, I apologize for neglecting the question about the damages claim. I will ask Councillor van der Ross, please, to check whether we have a damages case against the security company and to get back to you, Councillor, by the end of this week. Is that possible? Is that all right?
That only leaves tomorrow. Friday, we're all in church. Can we?
Oh, okay, well, let's say early next week then.
All right.
Thank you.
Councillor Haynes?
Can it be in writing again, please? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Thank you. Councillors, we move on to item 43. Councillor Haynes, you had a motion, and the speaker on that motion is you to put it.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me see. Speaker, the area called Witstrand near Atlantis is in existence for over 16 years. Houses were built as far back as 2008 without proper street lights then. In 2018, residents, both from formal and informal houses, requested street lights and high mask lights by handing over a memorandum to the sub-council, and are yet to receive a response from the line department, making them feel as if they don't belong in the city of Cape Town and not worth living in safe areas. Further noting that crime is on the rise in the area, and due to no proper street lighting, even those community leaders who want to participate in safety patrols are not able to do so for their own safety. Myself, Councillor Haynes, seconded by Councillor Majingo, moved the motion for council to consider the line department embark on an assessment in the area. The line department consider reprioritizing its budget and make funds available to ensure some form of lighting are placed in the area. Alternatively, the area are considered in the next financial year for proper street lighting. I so table the motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. And it's duly seconded correctly. Councillor Reis.
Good afternoon, Speaker, Mayor and esteemed colleagues. It is regrettable and shameful to submit a motion now, 6 years later,
and that no responses has been received when street lights and high mast lights were requested by sub-council. Is this the way that the ANC cares for its members? Only reacting and submitting a motion 2 months before NP 2024? I'm wondering, if this is merely a final attempt before stepping down as governing party to grab at whatever votes they can get. You be the judge. Your claims, colleagues, that crime is on the rise in this area can squarely be laid at the feet of SAPS under the leadership of Minister of Police, His Honourable Bheki Cele. Crime has increased throughout this beautiful country of ours under his watch. Let me remind this room that crime is the sole prerogative and mandate of SAPS. Unfortunately, they are failing residents day by day. Let me not remind you how violent societies have become and being failed by SAPS. I'm on the ground in Witstrand almost 7 days a week. I had a meeting, for example, last week, Wednesday, at after 8 o'clock with community members, engaging them on issues. I have issued Neighbourhood Watch equipment to both Siyakhula Neighbourhood Watch and Witstrand Neighbourhood Watch last week to assist them to perform their civic duty, to patrol the streets. Councillor Majinga and Councillor Haynes, you are respected leaders and I respect you for that, but let me update this House.
Councillor, we're not going to debate the motion now. We're going to, if we accept the motion, we're going to move it to the Portfolio Committee for a debate. Can we move this to the Portfolio Committee? Thank you very much.
Speaker, if I may, I agree that we must move the motion with speed to the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you.
I am extremely disappointed, I'm utterly disappointed in a ward councillor that shows very little respect for his community.
We'll have that debate in the Portfolio Committee. Item 44 has been withdrawn. Councillors, item 49. And the first speaker here is Councillor Bengi. Councillor Bengi.
Madam Speaker, we need to make a clarity that Good Art does not support this first term program report. Madam Speaker, we just heard from the Mayor that more taps and toilets are installed. But the question is P, how does one support this report where it does not show reality? Madam Speaker, kwesixeko saseKapa kugcwele nje ubuthuvi. Ungena kwesi strato bubuthuvi. Ujikele ikona bubuthuvi. Sidlama nje istrato nje ugcwele ubuthuvi. Abantu anyukela nje kubuthuvi. Kugcwele nje ubuthuvi. Yonke indawo nje kubuthuvi. This directive does not function, doesn't speak reality, does not deliver service delivery, especially in our black communities. Ubuthuvi buyanuka. Ubuthuvi somlomo buyanuka. Buyathufuza kwi-areas zabantu abamnyama. Sicela uncedo abantu abamnyama bahleli kabuhlungu ngobuthuvi obunukayo. Thank you, Speaker. We don't support.
Thank you, Councillor Lombi.
Thank you, Speaker. Good day. As an ANC, we would like to note the item in front of us. However, it is important for us to express the following. Given the challenges of the water and sanitation, we can never afford an underperformance, including tenders that are awaiting for award. The issue of subsection plan should be a priority for the big organization like the City of Cape Town. There is other issues that we want to express on. The issue of retirement and resignation are not plausible enough reason, but apply a contingency plan. The situation in our townships is in dire, especially in Mfuleni, Silver Sands, East River, Delft, Khayelitsha, Langa, Strand, etc. Therefore, Speaker, we are saying the City of Cape Town must do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Badruddin.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I don't know if Councillor Lombi was listening to the Mayor's speech, but the Mayor's already answered your last point. We are doing more. We are doing more at this moment, and we're going to be doing more in the next budget as well. So it's quite clear in terms of our intentions, but not only intentions, actually what we're doing on the ground already. And so you've brought our attention to agenda item 101, where we actually speak on Q2 report for the very same directorate, where you'd see some improvement in the content that you've shared. But I want to acknowledge the concerns by Councillor Benge. It's absolutely true, and I walk a number of communities with the councillors in the area that there are sewage overflows in our communities. This week alone, I was in. Sounds like it. This week alone, I was with Councillor Plaatjes in Mitchell's Plain, where we are pulling out literally wooden bollards that are being stuffed into the sewer systems by people who are trying to sabotage the work of this directorate. These wooden bollards, these planks, these wooden bollards and planks.
Councillors allowed Councillor to speak. Listen to the answer.
These wooden bollards and planks, none of us are flushing down our toilets, but there are people who are chipping away at concrete slabs, at manholes, climbing into these manholes and actually shoving this into communities like Mitchell's Plain, where the manholes are now filled with sewage because of this vandalism that we're needing to deal with. I will admit, in communities like Langa, we've spent a lot of time trying to unlock those spaces where there have been collapses. It has taken time. But we work very closely with the councillor to overcome these challenges with my colleague from Human Settlements, who has helped in communities like Langa, Nomzamo, etc., to relocate these community members so that we can access these pipes. We are not sitting waiting for change to happen. We're working with communities, with neighborhood watchers, with councillors to try and reduce those sewer overflows in the various communities. It's not an easy challenge, but we also know that over time we are recording reduced sewer service requests because of all of the interventions being made into our pump stations, into our pipe replacement programs, and into protecting our infrastructure, and this will continue, Madam Speaker. And so I support the Q1 report, and so too Q2 when we get to 101, because it does tell us a good news story overall. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Are you recommending we deal with that item now? No, we'll wait. All right, the next item is item 57, and the first speaker there is Councillor Lowe.
Madam Speaker, the city versus NERSA. The question is, how can this not be of public interest? It's the same as item 7 that we've just passed with adjusted budget, where you guys have decreased the property value from 500 to 400,000 and more, affecting the poor. But nobody has seen that. The city has illegally been charging residents tariffs above the approved NERSA guideline and are now using ratepayers' money to defend themselves in court. It would have been better practice to first get approval from NERSA. By doing this, you could have avoided all the legal costs. For months, the people of Cape Town have been misinformed by lies on social media, news and radio by the mayor, MAICO and members of the councillors. Statements like the city has to subsidize the increase between what Eskom has increased its rates with compared to what the city has increased its tariff with are correct, but so must all the other cities in the country. What you don't tell the residents is that you have illegally increased electricity tariffs now for 2 years. NERSA has confirmed that the city has no right to charge above their recommendation. The city continues to dispute NERSA's methodology, calling it unlawful. This is another blatant misrepresentation of the truth, because the court has taken issue with the methodology and has given the energy regulator a deadline to amend it. Therefore, the current calculation is still legal and will be for the years to come. In May 23, NERSA indicated to the city that its implementation of an unapproved increase in 2022-23 was unlawful. The city was advised to reimburse all the customers for their electricity purchases, which has not been done. In June 23, the city approached the High Court to overturn NERSA's decision on the 50% increase for 23-24. The case was dismissed with cost in favor of NERSA. I'm sure that if all these legal costs were to be deducted of each of these councillors that voted in favor of this budget, you would have had a different story. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you. Councillor Witbooi.
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable members of this august House, with all this escapades and all the bath parties that is going on in the Good Party, it's clear that my honourable councillor has missed the item completely. If you look at our budget, we have got a 76.4 billion rand budget. If you count from 1 to 1 million, 1,000 times, and do that 76.4 times, then you will get to our budget. The item before us deal with 3 supply chain matters which relates to deviations. One of these were life-threatening. The other one was a small irregularity in terms of the administrative processes related to the supply chain matters. In terms of the delegation by the city manager, he has to report that to this august House, which he did. One of those items will be referred to MPAC, and the other matter has been condoned. But if my honourable member spends less time in the pool, less time on their frankenkerij, then he would know what is in the report before him. I so move this item, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendations are on page 492. Are there any against the recommendation? It's for noting. All right, thank you. It's noted. Then we move on, and item 60, although it's agreed, Alderman Ace needs to talk to it.
Thank you, Speaker.
Oh, sorry. Wait, Councillor, we've jumped the gun. We're on 59. The first speaker on 59 is Councillor Deniso.
Madam Speaker, the Broadband Infrastructure Program is a multi-million rand broadband deployment program directed to partnership between the state and municipality and providers of fixed broadband service to support broadband infrastructure deployment to areas lacking broadband. I repeat, to areas that lack broadband infrastructure, especially in areas such as Sub-Council 9, which have 7 wards, which are found mostly in black and colored constituency, and Sub-Council 10 with 6 wards in Kainija. Both of these Sub-Council have no generators, Mr. Speaker, and the backup system when load shedding kicks in. The internal server is down or not working. That is effective service delivery at large. As the ANC, Madam Speaker, we reject the approval of this recommendation as it is going to benefit only the affluent areas and the sub-councils that are run by the TA and exclude those that are in need of this infrastructure, such as Kailicha, Fuleni, Dev, and Kukuletu. Sithi, fakani obubuxhakaxhaka kwiindawo zabantu bakuthi ngoba ngabo abazifuna kakhulu niyeke ukusa buxhakaxhaka kwiindawo zoondlebe ezikhanyilanga. Yekani belenzayo. Siyanilumkisa. Yekeni.
Thank you, Councillor Asing.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this item advises Council of changes that is required to the broadband infrastructure program. There are 3 big external events that has taken place that is affecting this reprioritization of our budget. One of those is the impact of electricity load shedding on the operation of the broadband network. These impacts are highlighted in the item, and we have put in place various mitigation measures to ensure that we are able to keep our broadband network running and that the city is able to continue doing its work. Another factor that we've had to take into consideration is the cancellation of our carrier network service provider. The broadband infrastructure program requires the operation of the metro area network to be outsourced. Unfortunately, as the report does indicate, we've had to cancel the tender, which means that for now we are going to have to manage these systems internally. And then the third item that we've had to take into consideration is the requirement to fund critical projects for the telecommunications network services branch. Chair, all of the concerns are in the item, and all the mitigation steps we're taking are in the item as well. Therefore, I move that we accept the recommendations that are on page 9 of the item. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation then on page 1. Can we approve the recommendation? Thank you. Then on item C60, Alderman Ace.
For the opportunity to speak to the item. After the ANC councillor, I rather suddenly decided to agree to the item. I can only deduce that this is because the report reflects the DA's good governance principles and achievements in our journey to rescue South Africa. The City of Cape Town is on an exciting digital transformation journey to become a digital-first city. The Mayor in his election mandate pledged that we will do the basics better and take service delivery into the digital age so that every Cape Townian can live a life of dignity. And we are very successful in achieving this goal. Speaker, the purpose is to request the Council to approve the core application refresh business recommendation, to issue an open tender for the appointment of a SAP licensing provider and systems implementer. A letter was received by National Treasury in December 2023 that expressed support for the city to follow an upgrade path in favour of risk mitigation for the city, as long as the city adheres to the correct procurement processes. Speaker, the city will therefore not be deviating from the standard procurement policy, but will in fact achieve our objectives quicker. And I think the one item that I do want to share is that the budget that now is required is 1.9 billion cheaper than an alternative solution. I therefore move the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move that recommendation? Thank you. Then it's carried. We move on to item 61. Councillor Deniso.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we support the item and the recommendation, but with concern of the duration of the contract. And also, Madam Speaker, for the concern that in the contract, there's nothing that talks to transfer of skills. And the city has many interns that can be utilized so that can be able to obtain IT skills during the duration of the contract. But overall, Chair, we support the item.
Thank you very much. Councillor Langenhoven.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to the members of Council. I'm very happy that this item has been agreed to. I was very concerned that it wouldn't be agreed to and we'd have to resort to smoke signals and carrier pigeon to actually do service delivery in the city of Cape Town, but fortunately that's not the case. The telecommunications branch of the city of Cape Town is responsible for the managing telecommunication services, including voice services for corporate users, call centers and emergency centers. Tender 192S 2022-23 was issued for the supply of VoIP services covering SIP trunk interconnection, ownership of the telephone number ranges, and smart access call numbers primarily for call centers. The contract was awarded to MTN as primary provider, with Dimension Data and Vox Telecoms as the standby providers. The contract is set to commence on July the 1st, 2024, and end on June 30th, 2034, with a 2-year transition period for service migration. The city pursued the contract independently of the CETA due to the need for a longer-term contract and specific services requirements. Financial benefits include stable service continuity, lower rates, and reduced procurement and administration costs. The total estimated cost of the contract is 113,738,776, excluding VAT, lower than the initially projected amount due to revised rates. Approval is sought for a long-term contract not exceeding 10 years and a summary of the contract will be posted on the city's website to comply with relevant legislation. Madam Speaker, before I move the item, I wish to make a correction on page 93 of volume 5. The second last paragraph has an incorrect figure of 113,838,776, and it should read 113,738. Sorry, 113,738,776. I'm terribly sorry for that Zoomerism, but these mistakes happen sometime.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll move the item.
We have a recommendation. Are we all in favor of the recommendation? Thank you, as corrected. All right. Councillors, we move on to item 62. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Mayor, colleagues, officials, and members of the public. This item C62 refers to the awarding of a contract which will incur financial obligations beyond the budget cycle. As ANC, we support this item, but we want to raise our concern regarding the proposal to award a contract that extends beyond our current budget cycle, thereby burdening the city with significant financial obligations. While the decision to pursue this contract have merits, it is essential that we take a step back and carefully evaluate the potential consequences of such a move. As custodians of fiscal responsibility, it is our duty to prioritize the financial health and stability of the city above all else. Entering into a contract that exceeds our budget cycle poses substantial risks and uncertainties that cannot be overlooked. It threatens to strain our financial resources, potentially leading to budgetary deficits and hampering our ability to fulfill our core obligations and commitments. We must acknowledge the inherent unpredictability of economic conditions and the possibility of unforeseen expenses arising down the line. Moreover, it is essential to consider the long-term implications of this decision. By encumbering future budget cycles with financial obligations stemming from this contract, we limit our flexibility and constrain our ability to adapt to changing circumstances and emerging priorities. As stewards of public trust, we owe it to ourselves and to those we serve to exercise financial prudence and foresight in our decision-making process. In conclusion, I urge each of you to carefully weigh the risks and benefits. Let us prioritize fiscal responsibility and safeguard the financial well-being of the city for the long term. With that being said, Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we support this item.
Thank you very much. Councillor Alderman Pringle.
Speaker, thank you. Pambiko Kukala Somlomo, I just want to congratulate the DA-led City of Cape Town for completing the Zandvliet wastewater treatment plant on time and on budget. This is another example of delivery in poorer communities and represents a R2 billion investment infrastructure which positively impacts residents of Khayelitsha, Delft, and Mfuleni. This item, Speaker, it's recommended Ibunga limisela ukuba sixeko saseKapa siyakufumana inzuzo yemali kwi-kontrakti. It is important for that reason, Councillor Stevens, because there is a benefit, financial benefit to the City of Cape Town for entering into this contract. So, unfortunately, it won't be for cadres in terms of the ANC's Cadre Deployment Committee, but what can you do when you aren't in power? Council approves the entire contract exactly as it is to be executed, incurring a financial obligation not exceeding 10 financial years, with an estimated value of 306 million rand, 477,810 rand and 60 cents, excluding VAT, but inclusive of VAT apportionment, and Council authorizes the City Manager or his nominee to sign the above contracts. As I said, the concern from the ANC is noted, but the safeguards are in place. They're recognized by Treasury, and ultimately the benefits to this contract outweigh the risks. City of Cape Town's IS&T Telecommunications Network Services Department provides a range of network and internet connectivity services that require the use of a private mobile data network. Purposes of this tender is to appoint service providers that can provide a range of services to us. As DA ondersteun ons hierdie aanbevelings weens die feit dat dit geld spaar vir die stad se mense om tot beter dienslewering en dit sal tot beter dienslewering lei. Asizenzi izithembiso thina sibonisa into esiyenzileyo. Mamela mfundi, mamela. That's why we don't have to make up stories about fictional people such as Tintswalo, because the DA is actually able to refer to real people who are experiencing real benefits of good governance here in Cape Town. And this is in stark contrast, Speaker, to those parties such as the ANC, EFF and PA Alliance, whose leaders shove cash into couches, waste the people's money on luxury trips for their possibly very personal assistance to the Rugby World Cup, or use council funds to jet set around the world. City of Cape Town's range of benefits which will accrue from this make it a very worthwhile item to support. And as per the contents of this item on the agenda, there were no objections from the public, and the two recommendations from National Treasury were in fact followed. The item is confirmed to be compliant with Section 33 of the MFMA as set out on page 382. Contracts longer than 3 years enable cost saving as well as the SCM and procurement costs. I support this recommendation.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 279. Are we all in favour of the recommendation? All right, councillors, that brings us to 1 o'clock. Before I adjourn the meeting for lunch, I want to, Councillor Haynes. Where's Councillor Haynes? I need to speak to you. Would you like to take your chair? Councillor Haynes, in terms of the point you raised around a point of order, if you look at Rule 31.1.2, it says that a point of order may be raised at any stage of the meeting's proceedings except during the mayoral address, when the speaker is ascertaining the presence of a quorum or during voting. So that point of order was correct. Thanks. We adjourn for lunch, and if we can be back at 1:45. Councillors, if we can take our seats, please. Councillors, if we can take our seats, please. And then if I can ask you, please, to all make sure that you tap back in, and those that have not tapped out, tap out and tap back in again. Thank you, councillors, and if I can remind you to not walk around while the other councillors are speaking. We're going to, as soon as we agree that we quorate, we're going to move on with item. Councillors, we are quorate. We're going to move on to item 63, and the first speaker is Councillor Deniso, who's not here. Councillor Langenhoven, would you move the recommendation, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move the recommendation.
All right. Are there any parties that are against this recommendation? The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 64, and the first speaker is Councillor Dambuza. Is Councillor Dambuza here? No. Next. Councillor Sunyoko?
Yeah, I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you. Continue.
Yes, Speaker. As ANC, we are supporting the item that is put in front of us. But with serious concerns, we would like to share it. As the ANC does have a problem with the establishment of a panel of convenience, but it has a serious problem with a floating of the process. Secondly, this is a big call for the council where we are required to take a decision that will overlap to next coming administration of 50 million. For 50 million is not for 15 conveyors. It's not 50,000, 50 million. Diligent and due process ought to be observed to the latter. The fact that only National Treasury has commented, that should be signal that public participation was just a compliance. Who are these people who have done a background check of these companies? National Treasury raises a concern about the contracts are drafted, and consistence we support the views raised by the National Treasury. We are not convinced by the response from the administration. Until we get full report, we will not support the recommendations as it is. We need sufficient information in order to apply our minds. We are committing the next administration to something that is not even clear to us currently. We will not outsource our thinking, Madam Speaker. In that note, Madam Speaker, but we do support the item in front of us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dambuza?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to first make it clear that you did not give the utmost respect to Councillor Kwebulan. Whenever a councillor does a maiden speech in this House, you recognize that there is a maiden speech that is done. And therefore, it really shows that you've been showing biasness in your approach. As the EFF, we look at this item, the Munamu has started and no one is stopping it. In this item, we are saying that it is very good for people, the fact that they would be given houses, particularly those rental stocks that have been in the hands of our people and staying there for many years. And therefore, when you grow up thinking that this is your home and this is the house that you've been in, you want to actually end up owning the house at the end of the day. or the family actually getting the house at the end of the day. And this process of this panel does that. But it really becomes a problematic situation when an external panel, which is then outside, is the one that does the process. And this talks to what the EFF constantly says, which is abolishment of the tender system. If this thing would have been done within the city parameters, it would have been actually be able to give sustainable position and be able to assist the people within here in the city of Cape Town. It is the same system that were told by the mayor that they are creating jobs. Meanwhile, they are creating these EPWP processes that will immediately have our people go out at the back with just a twiddle of an eye. The same thing that they've done with the LIP officers that they train for 5 days, a firearm training. But what we are saying here, that the EFF is saying we are in support of the item, but in support of the item, we would have appreciated if it was done within an internal. And we would like to thank the people of the city of Cape Town for supporting the EFF on the 24th of March and coming out in big numbers. It has clearly shown that on the 29th of May, and that Ellen Windy, who was here, who had to run out very quick because he had failed to arrest Putin. And that was his only ticket to come back as a candidate.
Thank you, Councillor.
And he will be gone very soon, even after
Councillor
he thinks
Nsodo.
that he will be a premier of the Western Cape.
Councillor
Thank you,
Nsodo.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am glad that this program is gaining steam. And to Councillor Sonyoka, now and again, the Section 33 reports comes to this council. And we never raised the questions of that nature that you raised. To be specific in this one, processes were followed and is in accordance to the City of Cape Town Section 33 guidelines, and portfolio committees and other structures are not necessarily have to go through this before it is presented to this council. So the DA is doing quite a good job. It's no longer now trying to block the train of the DA that is going to the union buildings. It is moving full steam, and in this council, no, in this item, I've seen the example, both the ANC and the EFF have no choice but to support the Democratic Alliance. I so move this item. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a recommendation. Anyone against the recommendation? You want a point of clarity. Councillor Majuza, talking to the item. Okay, what is your point of clarity?
And we are not
Your mic.
supporting the
Your
Democratic
mic.
Alliance, we are supporting the item.
I just wanted to find from Councillor Nsodo, Speaker, what does Section 33 means if he says that the other officials were not necessarily meant to speak for us to consider the item? What Section 33 means? I just want clarity on it.
I think, Councillor, you had training on what Section 33 means. Councillor Nsodo, do you want to respond?
No.
All right, we have the recommendation. We move in the recommendation. No one against. Thank you. All right. We move on to item 73. And the first speaker there is Councillor Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to all. I greet you all in the name of the Most High. Kaites. Madam Speaker, the item before us is SPE 15/03/24. It's an application to extend the term of the Mitchells Plain Business Improved District. Now, Madam Speaker, looking at the item before us, one must say, wonderful report, brilliant proposal. But Madam Speaker, let this House be reminded that for more than 15 years, the town centre is under the control of the Democratic Alliance. Make no mistake. Over the last 15 years, the town centre has become nothing like a little Somali town. Madam Speaker, let me remind you, the directors of the Mitchells Plain City is nobody than the certain property owners, property managers, one or two bosses the sub-council chairperson, Mr. Solomon Philander, Councillor Griesel, that has never took a walk once through town centre, and some city officials what now for 20 jaar die hawkers promise a cold storage. From a particular in the town centre traders, they will tell you. Now, Madam Speaker, in Mitchell's Plain, you have the Mitchell's Plain SIT, you have the law enforcement, you have the CCTV camera control room, and you have the beautiful officers. But just 3 weeks ago, 3 people were killed in the town centre in Niemand Parata Uni. Madam Speaker, when are we implementing the bylaws on foreign nationals that trade in our kiosk and in our trading base? They turn business zone areas into residential areas by building window houses on balconies. They open businesses without proper documentation, selling drugs on every corner, drinking in public spaces and peeing all over. In Niemand Parata Uni. Now, Madam Speaker, with this kind of kidnapping and disappearance of colored children, one must bear in mind that human trafficking is real. And the fact that the CID and the City of Cape Town has never ever conducted a full might law operation in town centre. This is good what we all worry. Now, Madam Speaker, the National Congress support the application to extend the term of the Mitchell's Plain CID if they open up to have opposition and community-based organizations as part of the executive structure to develop town centre. And let me tell you why. Because you see, beautiful proposals is never equivalent to real proper implementation on the ground. We support the item, but with concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Philander.
Thank you, Speaker. I think the council is part of Sub-Council 12, and you know exactly how we make progress within town centre. I know it's election time, and you will obviously want to election here at this council. But as a sub-council, we made progress. SID is also, the purpose of SID is to top up the services.
Councillor Satarin, that's the second time. I'm naming you.
Okay, so I must say that is what they are there for, and not to do the work of the City of Cape Town. But as council know that the term will end on the 30th of June this year. So we asked council to approve the extension of that new term. I also want to say to council today that the partnership between the CID and the City of Cape Town is effective because, as you know, they have 38 cameras within the town centre that they monitor with no cost to the city. They also have a partnership between the City of Cape Town and the CCTV camera to extend the services by monitoring it within the town centre as well. So bringing that service locally means that we can respond much better to any crime activities. If council or the NCC is so passionate about bringing town centre to the former glory, I would again extend the invitation to Councillor Jacobs to work with the sub-council, not against sub-council, and identify the progress that we are making. But everything the city is building up, they are there to break down. What I want to say, what I want to also reiterate here is that the CID has been very instrumental in terms of coordinating this private security within town centre. And by doing that, evidence is being used to actually tackle crime. So they work with the city's programs, as you know, the ambassadors as well. What they also do, coordinating the ambassadors in town centre. Since they've been employed in town centre, every day there was truck crime or hitting of business trucks. While they are there was only 2 attempts and there was not crimes reported around the trucks as well. So I don't know, are you going to be blind? Are you going to be blind to the progress that the city has made? That is your choice, but I want to say to you, you are part of a sub-council and know exactly what is happening within the town centre. So from my side, Mr. Speaker, I want to move this recommendation.
Thank you. We have a recommendation. Those in favour? All right, those against? The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 76. Councillor Mbungwani. Councillor? Item 76.
Speaker, the ACDP supports the plan to build a permanent desalination plant for the Western Cape. Water is a limited resource vital for the very existence of life on Earth and a necessity for economic and social development and for environmental sustainability. And now it has become a scarce commodity. This is caused by the population growth, the change of lifestyle, water pollution caused by human intervention, inefficient use of water, and climate change, with more frequently extreme events such as drought and floods. The establishment of permanent desalination plant at Biden Island in the mother city would provide between 50 and 70 million liters of fresh water per day. The desalination of water has been practiced since ancient times, but was not widely used due to technological limitation, the exorbitant high capital cost, high energy consumption, and finally, very high unit cost of water compared to conventional water development, which we believe it will be the same case for the city of Cape Town. On financial side, desalination plants require substantial investment for construction, operation and maintenance. The high initial investment and operational cost could pose financial challenges given our limited resources. However, funding for a permanent desalination plant could come from various sources: partnership with private investors, international organizations, and development banks, providing loans, grants for the infrastructure project. Additionally, innovative financing mechanisms such as public-private partnership could ensure sustainability funding and cost recovery. As this project will be the first in South Africa, it must be a success, which, according to the report presented to Council, it requires external service provider. The ACDP notes that a water-secure city will empower substantial socio-economic benefit and enhance Cape Town's appeal as an attractive place to live, work, and invest. And we anticipate that this project will be a success. But what we would like to ask the council is that we need to do a sort of going to the people, and we need to ask people to comment on this building of the desalination plant. The ACTP supported. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cotti.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Now, we welcome the report as the ANC, but we just want to raise a couple of concerns, Speaker. We had one or two desalination plants previously, one in Monmabisi, one in Strandfontein, and one in Waterfront. The Waterfront issue was a court case between the city and the QFS company to a total of 60 million rand. And our concern is that we have not received any reports from those three facilities, Chair, Speaker. And that is why we can't agree on this particular item. And we don't want to have a situation again that the DA administration generate another day zero campaign for them. So we agree in terms of the feasibility study on page 582. But our major concern is also in terms of the report that was submitted to us here on page 623. It says that this particular capital cost of 6.97 billion rand that the city would need to fund Sutitilek to undertake the project through internal service delivery option. So I sincerely hope that this is not another campaign, as the mayor was saying, fiscal dumping, or we want to generate money for the DA funders for the election funding. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I was quite surprised yesterday when I received multiple missed calls from an unknown number calling my cell phone. To my surprise, when I called back, a young lady by the name of Tsinchwalo picked up. Tsinchwalo moved to Cape Town from Soweto recently due to the water shortages they have been experiencing under the doomed ANC coalition. She had to close down a car wash business in Joburg, which of course she started with a 350 Rand SRD grant. The government in Johannesburg is unable to keep the taps running. Not only are the residents experiencing load shedding, but they are also experiencing water shedding. The item before us today, Madam Speaker, is asking Council to prevent the city of Cape Town from becoming the next Joburg. It is asking Council to approve the initiation of a detailed feasibility study in compliance with Section 78, subsection 3, for the implementation and operation of the City of Cape Town's first permanent Councillor Cotti desalination plant. An initial assessment has been completed in terms of Section 78, subsection 1, of which the report is attached to this item. The assessment found that an internal service delivery mechanism will place further strain on the current human resources in the Water and Sanitation Department. It will present the city with multiple risks and may not be effectively operated due to our supply chain management processes. Approving this next step in the desalination project will allow the council and the city to make a better informed decision regarding the service delivery mechanism. It will also help council to understand the financial implications for the city's future budgets, transfer the risk of planning, constructing, and operating the plant over to an external institution, and increase economic development. Furthermore, it will also allow for a more productive and efficient plant operation, as external institutions don't have the rigorous SEM red tape the city has to navigate through. Madam Speaker, this item before us today indicates the forward thinking of this government, a government that puts their money where their mouth is, a capable state that understands the risk associated with unreliable rainfall and climate change, does not sit back and hope that it will disappear. No, a capable state puts plans in place to mitigate against those risks. And today we are doing exactly that. Water is life. Where the DA governs, people live quality lives because they have access to clean, drinkable, running water. They go to bed rest assured that their DA-led government will rescue them from the failures of the ANC government. Chinchwalo knows this, and this is why she moved to Cape Town. She too can now take a sip of our lovely water and say, smaak my engel, het op my tong, PPP. Speaker, I move for council to approve the recommendations set on page 593. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we have a recommendation. Can we support the recommendation? Anyone against the recommendation? The recommendation is carried. Are good against the recommendation for good clean water? Okay, we'll get other clean water. Thank you. That will be noted and minuted. Thank you. Item 77. The first speaker is Councillor Zumana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This item is very important, Madam Speaker. Most of our challenges emanate from the settlement space. Integrated Human Settlement Sector Plan has two key important aspects. First, creating housing opportunities to meet the housing needs. Second, the strategic intent to deal with urban development and improving public space through housing provision. We further note the key updates as summarized on page 682, considering alignment to current MSDF, demographic and household information as updated, updating formal settlement structures, count and spatial data on lawful occupation, anticipated delivery and development progress of human settlement project, approved the human settlement project, informal settlement upgrading projects, housing development projects, affordable housing projects including on a land release program, which is social housing, gap mixed market, sector-specific linkages with human settlement, urban catalytic investment initiatives that will yield affordable housing opportunities in the medium to long term, human settlements grant funding allocation in line with adjustment budget, the development of social housing policy, inclusion of recently gazetted social housing restructuring zones within the city. We are therefore, as an ANC, support the recommendation as long as they carry good intention. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Popham.
No, thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks to Councillor Zumana for the support. I think it is an endorsement of our approach in the last 6 months to build an accessible, transparent, and present Human Settlements Directorate. I want to highlight from the report, Madam Speaker, that of course
It is tabled in line with legislation, the National Housing Act, as well as the Systems Act, which require us to annually amend along with our IDP. Particularly, what is important is the references that we have taken at the Mayoral Committee to highlight the plight of unlawful land occupation and how disastrous it is to our development potential as a city across the metro. But secondly, and even more importantly from my experience in the last 7 months, is highlighting the need for the emergency housing grant to be decentralized. It has espoused my visits across the metro, whether it was with Councillor Mpimpi, whether it was with Councillor Pakade, and many other colleagues who have to deal with the burden every day of illegal occupation and the disastrous effects that come with it. And so we have put out a clarion call to the National Minister, and we call on our colleagues, my colleagues, who I work with very well in the opposition benches, to implore the National Minister that there is a metropolitan that can work. There is a metropolitan that delivers, and that's the city of Cape Town. The people of Mangaung informal settlement deserve better. The people of SST informal settlement deserve better. And they deserve to receive the services in the turnaround time that the city undertook, which was 7 to 12 hours historically. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I do think it's important to raise something that I would like the colleagues to take note of. The sector plan is not only an endorsement of what we are doing in human settlements, but our successes. And yesterday, we attended a meeting of the MINMEC, which is where the National Minister convenes all MECs. My good colleague Alderman Sutashi was there, and it was made very clear, and I want to table it for the minutes, and I hope Godfrey will accept it, that the city of Cape Town is the #2 metro in the country for USDG expenditure of all metropolitans. The city of Cape Town is the #1 expenditure for ISUPG grants in the entire country. And if that does not send a clarion message to South Africans that the DLZ city of Cape Town is the only metropolitan that is truthfully investing in the poorest of the poor and spending money where we promise it. I really ask that that gets tabled for the minutes and that this council not only supports the item, but congratulates the entire Human Settlements Directorate for the hard work in recovering after the last 12 months of difficulty. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 677. We're all in favour of the recommendation. Anyone against the recommendation? The recommendation is carried. We move to item 78, and the first speaker is Councillor Korba. Can you just speak into your mic?
Councillors and officials. As the ANC, we support to purchase the new electrical buses. And we are aware of buying bulks. However, ANC singabahlali baseNtshona Koloni sine bad experience ngebhasi ezikhoyo ezingakwaziyo kwa unyuka pha iHotesgiri azikwazi unyuka pha. Sithi ANC sicela i-urban mobility i-director yakhona i-employe abantu abazawukwazi ukuchecka inside house to check ibuses when the time sithenga ibus ukuba ziyacomply na kwi-SAB standards. As the ANC we support. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Quintus.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Urban Mobility has a commitment to keep Cape Town moving, and in doing so is underway with a massive expansion of our MyCity public transport service along the Metro Southeast Corridor, while working towards meeting the target of carbon neutrality by 2050. We are confronted with two challenges. The first is the rapidly evolving green energy space, with new technologies being launched and refined near constantly, making it tricky to make financial investment decisions years in advance. Which green technology will move the highest number of commuters across the longest distance at the lowest cost? While undoubtedly challenging, this is a good kind of problem to have, and we resolved it to the greatest extent possible by carrying out a feasibility study to identify the smartest investment option based on the most up-to-date information available. The next step is to test market opportunity for both Euro 6 diesel buses as well as electric buses, which have as yet not been included in our public transport business plan. Estimated acquisition numbers of these buses within the budget of 672 million in financial year 26-27 will see us procure 50 battery-operated electric buses and 100 to 120 Euro diesel 6 buses. Of course, these numbers may be adversely affected by the ongoing exchange crises and plummeting rand that we can expect from an incompetent national government and perplexing policies both domestically and internationally. And as Councillor Koti seemed to imply this morning right here, the African National Congress's belief that public money is their money. Today we are seeking Council's approval to explore procurement of these buses by issuing 2 tenders and assessing which typology will amount to the best value for money in terms of the highest number of bums on seats with the lowest carbon emissions. That's the buses, not the bums. While this is a time of immense opportunity for sustainable transformation, financial constraints remain a harsh reality, and it is critical that those in charge of our budgets are committed to vigilance, transparency, and resilience. That is why our city officials are tirelessly working to find innovative solutions for grant funding, ensuring that our public transport system receives the support it deserves. The exceptional efforts of our finance management team must be acknowledged. They have crafted resilient budget models to sustain momentum, even in the face of fiscal uncertainty. Our city officials are in constant contact with the National Department of Transport to find innovative solutions for grant funding and stretch the limited funding available as far as possible. The City of Cape Town is in a unique position, being the only metro to not having had its public transport network grant slashed, which is due to our consistent excellence of spending more than 95% of grant funding allocations, making us by far the best performing city in the country in terms of public transport. As we look ahead, we see not just expansion, but transformation. This is part of our strategy to alleviate traffic congestion, where public transport is not just an option, but a preferred choice. It is a vision for a more sustainable, more livable city. I thank this august chamber and ask them to support the item before us today. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 851. We're all in favour of the recommendation. Thank you. It's carried. We move on then to volume 7 and item 80. And the first speaker here is Councillor Karma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The affected community and its stakeholders had a very tense discussion on this matter. They resolved that this piece of land can be given to Urban Think Tank Empower for community purpose, as long they will keep their promises as per various community engagement. One of the few promises they've made in the community engagement is to build an indoor soccer facility, to build a crèche for the kids, to promote urban agriculture and skills empowerment. The community demanded the memorandum of understanding between the two parties. So as the ANC, we therefore support this item. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Makiti.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I visited the site yesterday with the ward councillor, Councillor Popman. And for interest, I met Councillor Lylecock. I don't know what he was doing there, but he was there. Yeah, we engaged, Madam Speaker, with the residents, and really during that engagement, the residents made it very clear that they could see the difference that this project is making in their lives.
Councillor Cupido, could you take your little laughing fit outside? It doesn't matter. It's all about context. Councillor Makiti, continue.
Thank you, Speaker. It was also, Speaker, confirmed by the residents themselves that the need for a community center was identified by themselves through a consultative process that was undertaken by UTT. So for those of us, Madam Speaker, who were there at the initiation phase of this project, we could see the difference that the project is making in the lives of those people compared to what they used to live in. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, there is no reason for us not to support the project. So I'm happy that Councillor Kama is also supporting the application. So I'm not going to give any further details. I think Councillor Kama has covered everything. So I move to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendations appear on page 1 and 2. Are we all in favour of the recommendations? Thank you. Anyone against? The recommendations are carried. We move on then to item 82, and the first speaker there is Councillor Steenberg.
Good afternoon, Speaker, fellow councillors, residents and the media. The matter before us today seeks the support from Council to proceed with the new lease of the city-owned land, the King David Mowbray Golf Club. This report gives goosebumps when read at the background of the urgent need for housing for the thousands of Cape Townians who on a daily basis have to travel long distances to get to their places of work. Whereas this site is ideal for housing, it is close to employment opportunities. Madam Speaker, it is a fact that this land and club has been enjoying exclusivity since 1910. Homes should have been built on this site a very long time ago. And so both the provincial and national government must guarantee that Cape Townians will be given decent homes and also support the pre-feasibility study that was undertaken by the Human Settlements Directorate with the objective to provide a sufficient level of detail to inform further studies and development opportunities. Madam Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance cannot support the renewal of this lease. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and councillors. As the ANC, we are not opposed to recreation of employment, but golf is known as a rich man's sport. Only the elite can afford to play golf, and a huge percentage of golfers are business owners and employers of others. Golf equipment are very expensive, and it's also a network platform. It is very time commitment, and the image of golf is similar to wealth. For us as ordinary citizens, we would rather prefer to buy food, pay our bills, especially with the rapid rise in poverty and unemployment. The City of Cape Town are willing to subsidize very large parcels of land at insanely low rates for use by an elite sport. Members are paying thousands of rands in fees each year to an NPO. While it is a tenfold increase, the annual lease amounts remain incredibly low. Are the city running away from the responsibility to maintain the golf course because it's a waste of time and money? Or is it because the City of Cape Town wanted to prevent land occupation or avoid to provide housing for the poor? Madam Speaker, the City of Cape Town claims that by not renewing the lease, it would result in a club's closure, which would be a loss for the community. It will have an impact on golf tourism and a security risk to the city at a huge cost for an unknown period of time. While Cape Town have 24 golf courses, which stands on public land, which is too many golf courses in Cape Town. As per the then Deputy Mayor, Alderman Ian Niesel in 2016. Madam Speaker, this NPO also enjoys a hidden benefit by getting their water supply from the closest waste water treatment works, which is about 36 million litres a month, enough to ensure a basic water supply to 6,000 households. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we as the ANC would like to recommend that the City of Cape Town increase the rental fees.
Thank you. Councillor Davids, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. The item before us, item number 82, it's a granting of in-principle approval, granting of rights to use, control or manage city-owned land, namely the King David Mowbray Golf Club for sporting purposes. The lease term is for 10 years with a cancellation clause of 2 years. At first glance, and as opposition say, why now the golf course? It's not another golf course. It's a golf course over a century old, and we're extending the lease. So the question is, why do we need to extend the lease? And if you had to read all 83 pages, as my colleague says, he got goosebumps. I don't know on which page he got goosebumps, but on 83 pages, it specifically sets out why we need to do that. And the city needs to do a comprehensive study on the land to determine exactly what it can be used for, the cost implications thereof, and due diligence. Otherwise, we can end up with a 50 million rand stadium and a sand pit and a 20-seater stand. And that is why you've got to do due diligence. You can't just say build low-cost houses
It's in a floodplain and it's below the waterline and there are no services underneath. And if anybody knows your most expensive thing is your services underground, they might not know it in the rest of the country because most of the services are actually above ground, sewage as well. So we have to do a comprehensive study. There is a revision clause on 2 years, and the city says in the report they will stay abreast of all the developments so that when the land parcel does become available, we know exactly what the cost implications are and exactly what the land can be used for. In the Table Bay district plan, if people had read that a few pages later, they'll say it is actually earmarked for mixed-use residential development that includes social housing and affordable housing, which we've done very, very successfully. If you speak about Maitland Muse, which is in our ward councillor's ward, and he knows everybody's begging him if they can get a place to stay there, as well as Conradi, which is in the adjacent ward, which is very successful, as well as all the other builds we're doing on social housing. But it's got to be done properly. You've got to do the investigations. Otherwise, you end up, as I say, once again, a 50 million rand stadium with a sand pit and 20-seater stand. And that is why we're going to do it, and we so move the item, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The recommendations are on page 122, 123. Those against the recommendations? The PA, and then the recommendation is carried. Thank you. We move on to item 93, and the first speaker there is Councillor Malchus.
Greetings all. Madam Speaker, speaking again about the performance of the Technical and Energy Department, the Energy Department clearly shows nothing has really changed. Since my last speech, the first quarter performance, the list of complaints regarding the issue is just getting longer, and our communities are just getting more upset due to the street lights being out since last year. It has been service delivery request after service delivery request, escalation after escalation, and still there is no solution for the street lights that are out. Our poor communities should not be seen as a burden, Madam Speaker, when it comes to service deliveries for the city. It should be a privilege to go out and do delivery service to our people. The city have all the law enforcement officers, LEAP officers for protection, but technicians are not going into red zone areas to fix the street lights that are not working. Madam Speaker, as per my previous speech on the performance of the Energy Department, a young boy lost his life on the 9th of October 2023. Madam Speaker, we never want to see young children lose their lives like that again. We are supposed to protect our children from any harm. We need to make sure no live wires are hanging out of poles or broken electric boxes in our communities. We need to make sure all lights are fixed, only then we can really say the city works for you. But at the rate that these issues are being addressed, we cannot say with confidence that we are doing all that we can. All these happenings is supposed to be an eye-opener for the Department of Energy and the city, but still there has been no changes to make life better for our communities. Madam Speaker, I did some case studies in certain areas where the street lights are out. This issue is a growing concern within these communities. They are facing issues as increased shootings, robbery and kill kind of attacks, all kind of attacks. People are forced to be indoors as soon as the sun starts to set, in fear of wandering the streets in the dark as winter is approaching and the sun rising later in the morning. People making their way to work have no other choice than to travel in the dark, further creating the opportunity for thieves to have their way and rob these community members as they stay hidden in the dark streets. Madam Speaker, not to mention the open wires and live wires that poses a very serious threat to the surrounding community members. Should more lives be lost before we can jump into action? How much longer should we wait before we start to get response to these issues? Affected communities are becoming inhabitable for our people in the favor of these thieves and shooters who love to operate in these conditions. Madam Speaker, we are begging for action, and I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor May. Councillor May, are you talking to the item?
No, Speaker, I'm no longer talking on that item.
Thank you. Councillor van Reenen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sure, less said about the zero government experience NCCC, the better. Madam Speaker, the item before us relates to the Energy Directorate's second quarter performance for the current financial year. This report, Madam Speaker, underscores the Energy Directorate's commitment to its responsibilities under the IDP and to the people of Cape Town by delivering exceptional electricity services to all communities in our great city. At the start of this administration, this capable DA-led government made a commitment to the people of Cape Town to do more in the face of glaring and unending national government failures. We remain on track to be the first major metro to end load shedding over time. We continue to spend more than any other metro on infrastructure, and we are building an energy market of the future right here in Cape Town. So, Madam Speaker, the Energy Directorate's second quarter progress report highlights our progress and success toward achieving these goals. In the quarter under review, our city's Energy Directorate achieved an almost 90% completion rate on tenders essential for the procurement of technical services and infrastructure to end load shedding over time and to build new and maintain existing infrastructure. This achievement has enabled the Energy Directorate to surpass its capital expenditure target by an impressive 7% in the second quarter, building on our success in previous quarters. Undeterred by the increased levels of vandalism and theft on electricity infrastructure, Madam Speaker, this report reveals that the Energy Directorate has surpassed its capital infrastructure refurbishment budget by some 40 million rand. In particular, our public lighting network of over 245,000 streetlights has fallen prey to the scourge of theft and vandalism. Despite this, we have again surpassed our capital investment target in the maintenance and expansion of street and high mast lights in the city, with actuals in excess of around 43 million rand. Focused interventions in our efforts to improve public lighting in our city are starting to bear fruit. While the public lighting burn rate is below target for this quarter, the pendulum is now shifting in our favor. At 80%, the burn rate is steadily recovering from the lows of the upper 60s and the mid-70s%. We all owe a great deal of gratitude to the frontline staff who are working tirelessly to keep Cape Town communities lit amid the scourge of vandalism worsened by Eskom's load shedding. So, Madam Speaker, the report further reveals that at 91%, our adherence to service standards remains ahead of target, while the finalization of commercial electricity services applications sits at 100% against the target of 95%. In essence, Madam Speaker, the report before us underscores key improvements and significant milestones achieved by the Energy Directorate in keeping with the values of our city and this DA-led administration mission to do more in order to build a city of hope. I thank you.
So there's clearly light at the end of that tunnel. Can we note the report? Thank you. Councillors, that's the end of the open agenda. Can I ask that we clear the galleries? And then we can proceed with the closed items, and then the YouTube link needs to be closed.
Speaker, when we go to the closed agenda, stop this thing of you wanting to answer on items. Be a speaker.
Councillor,
be a speaker. Stick to that.
I'm trying very hard.
Stick to that.
But, you know,
stick to it.
Just let me get started and then I'll speak to the items.
Don't talk to the items.
Because I read the items.
No, where the